Thank you, Nancy Wilson, the beautiful Nancy Wilson. Thank you so much. Welcome, everyone. It is the Prof Show, and welcome to you. Today is Sunday, October 27th. If you're on the replay, who the hell knows when it is? But God bless you all. And I'm glad to see you. I'm glad to see you all. And special thanks to It's a New Day for the $5 super chat. A nice way to start us off. I really do appreciate you for being here. So let me say hello to everyone. And if you are in the lurker crew, please join the chat where it's friendly and you can enjoy discussing with everyone there. So I am having some coffee, so apologize, but thank you to David Rogers. What's up, David? RC99, Adrian, Rick, Woman Doing, Don Steele, Jamie, Pam, Nancy Drew 101. Nancy, I hope you enjoyed your namesake there. Jamie, Miss Johns now. Meow Meow. Rick. Artist formerly known. Rock Crusher. Ding Dong. Digital. Emily. Old Mort, New Mort. Steve. Thank you, Stephen. Yes, that's music. Say what? What's up? What's up? Say what? It's hard to say what's up, say what. David Rogers, thank you for the $3 super sticker. Thank you. Petronoga, welcome. And thank you all. So, welcome all in. I'm so glad to see you all. And please be patient with me while I have my coffee and get the show started today. Um, Jay Marsh, what's up? What's up there? Okay. So, wow, how is your Sunday going? A brief day of rest in a insane week, isn't it? What's up, Bonnie? Just a moment, please. Okay, so yeah, so crazy week here. Now, I guarantee you, someone's mentioning confessions here. Those confessions are just as much of a nothing burger as the bullet, as the putting himself there, and as all of the other stuff. And so we're going to be getting into that today because I'm just left speechless. And look, generally, I'm not the one who likes to say I'm right or I was right. But in this particular situation, I do allow myself to, because you guys have to understand the amount of cyber stalking, harassment, doxing, intimidation, death threats, ruining of my life that has transpired over the past couple years as I've covered this case. And so that amount of abuse um, causes certain feelings in someone who, when they feel somewhat vindicated, makes all of that worth it. And so if you hear me saying, I told you so, and that sort of thing, understand that it's more of the pride of surviving the fight than it is any bragging rights or anything like that. So I hope you all understand that, because it's been a hell of a couple years. What's up, Rebecca Ann? Now, in reference to that, it's going just as I expected, and it's going as bad as you would have figured that it would be going, because despite the attempts to keep the eyes of the world from viewing this, I think that it's becoming abundantly clear to people that something's not right here. And I think that you might understand even more why this insane piece of shit judge, who had once been an advocate for cameras in the courtroom and transparency and that sort of thing, I think you understand at this point why she did not want cameras in the courtroom, because it's worse than Karen Reed. Okay, it's worse. Um, People like to say Rick knew the details only the killer would know, but no, that's not true. The police knew all the details as well, so fuck these confessions. Rick didn't know anything the killer would only know. Listen, the fact is that all these YouTubers had already leaked the crime scene photos, some of them. The defense had already leaked details of the crime scene in the Franks memorandum, and the prosecutor, through the employee of the judge, had already leaked details of the crime and of the case against Richard Allen. So all of this had already been leaked. It was out there. People knew about it. Okay. So you guys need to understand that this shit case against Richard Allen, it's being seen for what it is. And I thought that I would start today's show by a commentary or drawing reference to something that I witnessed yesterday. And I've been witnessing for quite a while, and we'll get into it. Because you see what's happening here. The world is experiencing a wake-up moment. Okay? It's basically an awakening that we're experiencing. Now, I found it interesting yesterday that after a week of covering the crime and sitting in the courtroom, thank you very much, Blessings Galore. That's very kind of you. Thank you very much. Enjoying your coverage of the case. Don't always agree 100%, but you bring a great discussion. Thank you. And thank you. Thank you so much. That's a very much a blessing to me. I've said to you guys that I do need your support because it's been very difficult. And things like this make it very possible. So thank you very much. But I was saying to you that people are waking up. And for instance, I'd like to mention to you something I noticed, which was last night after a week of covering the Delphi case and being in the courtroom daily. Miss Andrea Burkhart finally reached her tipping point. And you saw her react yesterday to the obvious insanity and gaslighting that's going on with this case. And I was glad to see it. But I'd like you to understand that I've been going through that for 2+ years now. Okay. So Andrea's only 2 years behind Prof, who is only a couple years behind others. So we're all at different places here in this process. And this is not a criticism of her. I'm using her as an example for all of you. Okay. Thank you very much. It's a new day. I'm sure those recipients of those memberships will very much appreciate it. I'm using Andrea as an example because I titled this show No Filter, an informal discussion. That's what it'll be today. I don't have a presentation for you. If that's what you're here for, just go ahead and I'll catch you on the next one. Okay. But I want you to understand that, see, we all have different things that it takes to get us to certain points. And it's clear to me that with Andrea, it's the fact that she's particularly sensitive to due process and abuses of law enforcement. And so it seems as though yesterday it struck a nerve in her, uh, seeing for herself firsthand the blatant, in your face abuses of just one of those, and that's Jerry Holman. Okay. So I'm glad that she went through that, and I'm glad that she reacted the way she did, because I think everyone has to have their own come to Jesus moment, so to speak. So for all of us, it takes something different because we are all different. We all have our particular sensitivities and whatnot. For instance, with me, it's the family blatantly lying about the murder of their loved ones. Okay. I've always been that way, though. I've referenced many times before in my streams Susan Smith horrific catastrophe of murders of her kids. So for me, what did it to me was watching Kelsey, Mike Patty, Tara, Cody, Becky, even Anna, the entire family, watching them react and act in response to the murders of their loved ones, these little girls. And having the deep set inner feeling and suspicion that they were lying to me and to the world. That caused a reaction in me similar to what you saw in Andrea yesterday. Intense anger, frustration, almost being flabbergasted that this would be taking place. And so what I am seeing now is that there's something spreading. There's a movement spreading here. Not so much a movement as a realization that's spreading here, finally. And it's really a shame that it had to come to this point for people to begin to see it. It really is a shame, because how obvious does it have to be until you actually accept the truth? You see, we came onto YouTube to shed light on a situation that we thought was dire, which is the entire public narrative about the Delphi murders. What all of us have received in return is threats, intimidation, doxing, harassment, and more. Things that you would have no clue about. Shaming, discrediting, stalking in person, tapping our phones, hacking our emails. And all of you out there have no clue about it. and no sense of the reality and the pervasive nature and how bad it is. So much so that you don't even want to hear about it. We were actually shamed for mentioning that we were victimized. I spoke to someone this morning and I referenced how when I started talking about what was happening to me, I lost 2/3 of my viewers. I lost my entire Discord. I lost 15 of the best ladies that had helped me on the case up until that day. Why? Because a group of people has established a wall, a fortress around two subjects to do with this case. That is law enforcement's corruption and the family's lies in connection to meth. I started referring to these people as troll farm because I thought it was funny. I tried to bring some sort of levity to a bad situation. So I called it Troll Farm. But what it really is a group of people who set out to threaten, shame, dox, harass, and silence anyone who criticized law enforcement or the family. And there's absolutely no question about that. Absolutely no question. This is not hypothetical. This is not imaginative. This is not assuming anything. I'm telling you the way it is. No question about it. Now you have to ask yourself, why, in a double murder of two little girls, two kids, would there be a group of people operating online to threaten, harass, and silence anyone questioning the family or law enforcement? Can you answer that? Don't give me the bullshit line because the family are hurting, no one should be questioning. Don't give me that bullshit. And don't give me the bullshit because the cops are doing a good job. No, they're not. So like I said, what we're having here is an uncovering, because what people are beginning to see, because it's becoming obvious, is that the first layer here, which is law enforcement, is corrupt. They did things wrong, and there's absolutely no making excuses for it. For instance, Jerry Holman pulled the shit that he pulled with Richard Allen, which Andrea was upset about. And Richard Allen's still alive. By a miracle of God. He pulled that same shit with Robert Fortson, and Fortson is dead. They deleted 70 days of interviews, of records of who was interviewed. Think about how much evidence was destroyed, was not collected. It's a cover-up, y'all. There's no question about it. There's zero question that this is a cover-up. So you have to ask yourself, why would law enforcement cover up the murders of 2 little girls? It's not to protect the family. Why in the hell would law enforcement put themselves in this position to be accountable for covering up a double homicide to protect the family? Can't be the reason. The only reason law enforcement would do something like that is to protect itself. So, what did law enforcement have to do with this crime that would cause it to have to destroy 70 days of evidence, physical evidence, to not collect those sticks from this crime scene, to lose evidence, to not collect the digital forensics from the family members who were the last to contact the victims? Did they ever go to the Patty household and spray luminol in Libby's room? A room that had been freshly repainted and drywalled? What has Doug Carter been doing all these years with this Riddler bullshit? An aerial view. Hiding in plain sight. Sitting here in this room. The shack. See, Andrea may have woken up to Jerry Holman. She's got a lot more to wake up to. So does everyone else out there. This is a gradual process. It's a snowballing process. Do you see what they did to Raffi? Raffi told you the truth about this crime years ago. Where is he now? They fucked his life up. They fucked Matt Sullivan's life up. They fucked my life up. They fucked a whole lot of people's lives up to keep this shit hidden. And now it's past the point of no return. I will always have Raffi's back because he's the only one that told you from the very fucking beginning what actually happened with these girls. And I'm upset he's not around because of these motherfuckers. When are you going to realize that they've run everyone off this case who got anywhere close to the truth? And they killed the ones locally who got close to the truth, including Nicole Bowen. Barency, Stephanie, Maya. And you think it's a fucking game? We are dealing with domestic terrorism. Do you understand? Domestic terrorist. How many have they killed and burned? But it's all allowed. You see, fuck Doug Carter. It's all allowed. Doug Carter hasn't done shit to stop the killing. Fuck Doug Carter. How many more have to die? The way I look at it, there's blood on Doug Carter's hands. Who else has to die? Oh, but it's all a fucking joke, right? They'll get on their YouTube channels and laugh and blah, 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 and put on fucking sexual jokes and all this stupid shit and say that the cops did a perfect job. Sure, they made a few mistakes, but the cops are great. And they're getting justice for Abby and Libby, and the family had nothing to do with it. Don't question the family. You're a family basher. And all these murders had nothing to do with Delphi. Domestic terrorists are running a cartel in Indiana, getting away with it, and being supported by law enforcement. They're operating online as a collective unit to control the narratives around their crimes. So Andrea getting a little mad about Jerry Holman, it's the tip of the fucking iceberg. And I'm glad her eyes are cracking open. Now, let everyone else's eyes start cracking open. Next up, family. Why would Unified Command cover up the murders of Abby and Libby? Ramsey, family basher, family basher, family basher, family basher, cop hater, family basher, cop hater. But let me put pictures of his house online, and let me put pictures of his kids and his family and his parents, and let me publish his address, and let me put his phone number, and let me have him have phone calls. Sign him up for gay porn sites and blah, 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 blah. Sure. You have cops, experts, and witnesses lying on the stand. You want to know what the past week and a day have been about in Delphi? Cops, experts, and witnesses lying on the fucking stand. When are investigations going to be opened up into all the deaths surrounding this case? When are investigations going to be opened up into why they didn't go get Kelsey's phone and dump it? When they interviewed her 5 to 7 times, making her upset because she couldn't get the fucking story straight. When are investigations going to be done into why they didn't get the entire family cell phones and organize some sort of understanding for digitally or forensically through the digital devices about who was where, when, what, and how, and why, and all of this shit? Listen, there's no fucking question about this judge. All right. Anyone still gaslighting you that she's a good judge can go fucking take a walk. The only ones gaslighting you about she's a good judge are fucking Troll Farm. She's there as the last line of defense against this cartel. There's a whole lot of waking up to do. Why has the family lied, misled, been inconsistent, come up with all these stories, made a big deal out of seemingly innocuous points for 7.5 years? Where are the feds? As people keep dying, where are the feds? People are losing their lives, their careers, their loved ones, their relationships, their savings, their sanity. Where are the feds? Those who are supposed to protect us from domestic terrorists. We're dealing with domestic terrorism. Where are the feds? They've sat here and watched people die. They've sat here and watched people be abused, harassed, driven crazy. They've just sat and watched it. You know what? We need to just go ahead and fucking sue everybody. All of us who have been victimized by this group needs to go ahead and sue all of these supposed authorities. Money talks. How would a class action suit against all of you protectors sound? You basically have a whole bunch of victims out here who are fucking sick of the bullshit. Thank you, everyone who's coming in. I mean, I just can't greet. I'm losing track of greeting you. I'm apologizing already. So I'm sorry if I haven't said hi, but welcome everyone who's coming in. Please join the chat. I mean, like I said, people are beginning to wake up to what law enforcement has done with this case. There's a whole lot more waking up to do. Do you know who Anthony Schatz is? Ever heard of Anthony Schatz? I wish. Sorry, I'm losing track of the chat here. I'm trying to keep up with it. Where are we? Welcome all. Please join the chat. Lurkers, welcome. Hit the like. Yes, please hit the like. I'm more convinced than ever that Greg Ferenczi realized the girls were found within hours of German's arrival at the trails and quickly moved out of cell tower coverage. I mean, it's killing me to even talk any details of the case right now because you know that every fucking detail is bullshit. Like, that's another thing. Why is every single detail of this case full of bullshit? Everything. You think of one thing that's not complete bullshit, that's a detail having to do with anything in this case. Everything's a fucking bullshit scenario. What time were the girls dropped off? Who dropped off the girls? Bullshit. Who found the girls? Bullshit. What did the girls do that morning? Bullshit. What did the girls do the night before? Bullshit. Where did they go the day before? Bullshit. Where what happened that they searched for the girls? Bullshit. What happened? What was found when the girls were found? Bullshit. Were the girls fucking found first and then moved? Bullshit. Bullshit, 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 bullshit. Every single detail. You've never heard. See, that's the indicator of a cover up. Never a straight answer on anything. You see, when I came into the case, Rafi knew more than anyone. Okay. I took the ball, ran with it. Now, at this point, defense knows more than anyone. Defense has gotten everything I have, everything others have, everything anyone's ever had. Now they have to run with it. So what's going to happen? Investigate the Kokomo crew now, and the family, and law enforcement. I am venting. Thank you, Hard Candy. I am venting because it's a no filtered rant. I don't give a shit what anyone has to think about it. They push me to the point where there's nothing else to lose. That's what I'm saying, heavy metal. That's what I'm saying. They have lied on the stand. They have lied for 7.5 years. They have also lied on the stand. There's no straight answer. None of the stories make sense. I haven't even gotten into that show yet. I intend to critique all that. I can't even get to it yet. Federal grand juries now. Yeah, it's all bullshit. It's all bullshit. It's been bullshit. There's not one thing about this case that's ever been nailed down. Thank you, Andre. Yeah. The tip line was bullshit. Yeah. It was all bullshit. Why would law enforcement cover up the murders of 2 little girls? Car posted. Empty bridge. Heather Brown, what's up? What's up, Heather? What's up, Criminal Network? We've been bamboozled since day one. Yeah, pray for the defense. At this point, the ball's in their hands. Federal grand juries now on everyone involved with the Delphi murders. Families, cops, state police. What would be so big that this amount of cover up would be occurring? What could be so big? So you had Kokomo crew, a bunch of people out there cooking meth in the woods. Hours before all of this. You got the girls coming into it. Everyone skedaddles. Girls are found dead. Why would the cops cover that up? I mean, the shit's hit the fan. That's why I'm bringing it back to Andrea being upset, because Andrea being upset is a symptom or an indicator of that's something larger that's happening, which is that it is now becoming obvious to everyone that something is awry in Delphi. And what is that? Why would they do this around the murders of two little girls? So people are waking up. The shit's hit the fan. The shit has hit the fan. And I've said before, when the shit hits the fan hits the shit. What does that mean? Just use your imagination. Forget the phrase for a while and try to picture shit hitting a fan and the explosion of shit that would cause. That's what's happening. This is so far beyond Richard Allen. You guys have no fucking idea. This is beyond Richard Allen being acquitted. This is about what actually happened to those girls to cause them to end up dead, slaughtered in the woods, and posed. A wealth of evidence was yielded at the crime scene. Even Robert Ives said so. Yet they want us focused on the fucking bridge, the trail, and the CPS building, and the harvest. All bullshit, 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 bullshit. It's fraud on the court. That's when the officers of the court fraudulently submit or disinformation clog the system of justice. Blah 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 blah. Obstruction of justice. All right. Am I catching up with the chat yet? What's up, Goddess, and everyone coming in? Welcome to you. All right. They are complicit, and the cover up started immediately. Yes, you chat are awesome. Thank you for the chatting. The chat is awesome. I'm going to start to read the chat. I think I'm nearing the end of my rant. But, oh, let me take a little look at this. Hold on. Everyone in the house had felonies and aliases. Everyone in the fucking county. All right. Alan is being railroaded by a guilty community. Well, that's an amazing way to put it. It's a new day. Great way to put it. Brutally honest. Look, Andrea and Grizzly are waking up. Okay, let's be real here. They have a lot of catching up to do. They didn't investigate it all, just spun lie after lie after lie after lie. People have been cashing in on the bones of those two little girls since the beginning. Okay. Gianna, thank you for becoming a member. That's very nice. You guys, please support the channel. I've said before, I don't know if my mods are here, but we have Cash App, Buy Me a Coffee, all that stuff. Okay, please support the channel. All right. Every month for the last several months, they have arrested Ellie all over Indiana. It's the rednexicity, says Noe. Well, welcome, Noe. Gianna says, I already thought I was a member. That must be on the other channel. We're on the little black backup channel. We're on the backup channel. Yeah, everyone who doesn't know that, this is the little backup channel. I've got my main channel called The Prof. So if you're interested in going over to that channel, there's different stuff on both channels, especially on the community pages. So feel free to explore both channels, The Prof and The Prof True Crime. Just main channel, backup channel, typical YouTube crap. Okay. Hiawatha, The Prof, I think we've all got exactly the idea. I think most of us are picking up what you're putting down. Good job. Good job. Thank you. Drugs, extortion, sextortion, pedophilia. Look up how many other agents were partners of Abbott who were also ambushed leaving work the same way Ferenczi was. What's up, Christine? Yeah, so it's this is what I'm getting. This is what I'm getting at. This is what I'm getting at. It's bad. There's a lot of catching up people have to do. For instance, you have to catch up on the troll farm. What is a troll farm? Who was being paid to control the narratives around the Delphi murders on the internet? And who are not being paid but are doing it to cover their own asses? What's up, Amy? Amy's my mod. Thank you for coming, mate. Amy. All timelines are garbage. Yeah, all timelines. All right. Thank you, Amy. Look, Amy dipped in to give the support pathways. I see what you did. When I mentioned you, you showed up. Hey, Amy. All right. All right. All right. Adrian says Alan, in her opinion, Alan was the only one not involved in the criminal underworld. Yeah. Hey, yeah. Good point. I'm glad you brought that one up. Evans and Holman doing the shit eating grins at the press conference. Well, why? Because my little buddy, he said Evans was involved, and so was Lesenby. Hey, it's just a rumor. I don't know anything about it, but the rumor I heard is Evans and Lesenby were involved. Kind of would make sense. What's up, Honest? They didn't do deep dives. No, everyone needs to do deep dives. And good thing with this channel, there's a whole bunch of fucking deep dives in the past live streams. Go look at them. If you haven't seen, we've got deep dives on every aspect, and we have more to come. The next deep dives we're doing are going to be on the testimony given in the past week. That's the very next deep dive, and you guys are going to understand. There's a lot there. Kathy Shank, Carroll County Comet published a letter to the editor for her where she writes a manifesto endorsing Liggett for sheriff. She's a friend of the family. How did Raffi know so much? I don't know. Maybe he has a good gut instinct. Maybe he followed the right path. Missy Angels. Yeah, I'm sure. Maybe if Amy's still here, she might put it on the chat. It's just @_ the prof. Well, I hope she's packing, because everyone needs to be fucking packing heat around these Delphi murders. We were all conspiracy theorists a few months ago. Well, they're still going to try to call us that, but these conspiracy theories are very rapidly becoming facts, conspiracy facts, because it is a conspiracy. It's a cover-up. Yes, Sleuth is one. Sleuth is the one who set out the troll farm against me at the very beginning. You want to know why? You want to know what I did to cause Sleuth to send the troll farm after me? I said, Becky and Kelsey, you haven't talked enough. You need to go back and talk to investigators. That's what it took for douche intuition to send out the trolls after me. And it hasn't stopped. So he could protect Becky because she needs protecting. She's the best reporting from a law perspective. Yes, she hasn't fallen down the rabbit hole yet, but she's getting there. Yes. Well, as soon as she starts questioning Kelsey, it's over with. Okay. Soon as she realizes that Kelsey's not been honest, it's over with. He's a critical thinker, digital. He has a history of appraising things like authentic sports cards. Very keen and freaking heart of gold, Raffi. The defecation has hit the ventilation. That's what it smells like. All right. Let's see what we got here. I'm trying to catch up with the chat, but I mean, who did Teresa Liebert say she saw? Question for you in the chat, because this came up. Who did Teresa Liebert say that she saw? Put it in the chat. We'll figure out if you're right. Nope, she didn't say Elvis. You guys need to catch up on what's really going on here. Elvis ain't Mexican. I cannot wait for the testimony breakdown, Prof. Yes, it's coming next. The state is saving their evidence for the appeal. Thank you, Shibby. Thanks for bringing the humor. I need to remember to laugh. I can't have an aneurysm over this shit. Okay. I want to hear from anyone who saw the raw video if you can actually see and identify Abby's face and identify which end of the bridge it was taken from. Thank you for mentioning that. Yeah, I want to know anyone in the chat who was in the courtroom and saw the video. Is Bridge Guy the size of an ant? Is he very far away, the size of an ant? We know this. With the interpolation, you could never, trust me, the image that you have in your mind of Bridge Guy and the face, it needs to immediately be wiped, okay? You need to clean the whiteboard. That's a fantasy. That's interpolated, which means taking pixels and putting them where they don't belong, okay? That means that face is a fraudulent face. That means you cannot see the face of Bridge Guy. So forget about it. Forget about Bridge Guy. Okay, so you have to forget about anything you've ever seen with the Bridge Guy. That was total bullshit. I am beginning to believe that was misdirection. Because we're dealing with magicians. Remember how these people work. They're magicians. Masons. They're magicians. Okay, so you forget about Bridge Guy. Now, doesn't it make sense if Betsy Blair said she saw a beautiful young man, that the young guy sketch now starts to make sense, and how they could say maybe the young guy sketch is Bridge Guy? Well, yeah, maybe it is, if we know that now the Bridge Guy image we've been looking at for years can't be Bridge Guy. I would love to see a collab between Prof and True Crime Design for the Delphi case. Me too. I love her. I wish that we would, but you know what's funny? She shared one of my videos the other day, and that was very nice of her. So hopefully some of you have come from her channel, because her channel was the first one that got me confident enough or brave enough to get my own ass up here on the YouTubes, because watching her channel and seeing her bravery and her uh what's the word, her perspective got me to get the balls to get on the live streams. Okay, so thanks to True Crime Design. They've been making money off the girls, millions and millions and millions. Do you understand that? Millions and millions and millions of dollars off the brutal murder of those two little girls. They have made, who is they? I don't know, the family and their friends. Love versus money, 6'8". Typically don't have time to chat, but I'm very appreciative of the in-depth perspective. I've been trying to catch up. Thank you. Thank you for coming into the chat. We all appreciate that. We love getting to know you guys. Raffy once said his dad a trekker was. Interesting. What's up, Brutally Honest? Thank you for becoming a member. This is the Little Backup channel. Remember that. You're now a member on the Little Backup channel. So thank you. And as a member, you should be able to watch some of our members-only videos. So thank you. All right. Gianna says, I'm wearing your sweatshirt today. It finally fits. Oh, could you send me a photo of it? Not necessarily on you, but I'm interested what sweater you got and how does it feel? Okay, let's see. Oh, you're saying it's comfy and soft. Awesome. Thank you for telling me that. I'd like to see which sweater you got. That's nice. You make me proud, Jay Marty. Thank you. There are more people seeing through the veil thanks to you putting your necks on the line. I've learned a lot. Gratitude. Goes for the comments too. Yes, the comments especially because there's only one of me on the screen, but there's probably 50 of you or 100 of you in the comments. So you get what I'm saying? Who knows if they were ever on that bridge at all? They obsessed that Libby solved the murder with the video, but ignored the hair. Abby was just as smart as Libby. Well, good point. Remember the whole time, remember how they used to do this? This family is fucking insane. They always made it Libby and Abby. Libby, they put Libby first. Libby and Abby. It was always about Libby. Libby was a hero. Libby stuck to the end. Libby fought like hell. Libby, Abby, Libby, Abby, Libby, Abby. Okay? That's why I say Abby and Libby. Abby and Libby. All right. Mm. The untested hair could be the killers, yes, or someone who moved and staged the bodies. So if it's Kelsey's and Kelsey moved the bodies, wouldn't that be a problem for them? Or if it's Megan Allen's and Megan Allen's moved the bodies, Megan Allen moved the bodies and stabbed one of them in the neck, like she said she did. I believe the hair in her hand comes from someone who she was struggling with or someone who was struggling with her or her body. And the fact that the troll farm immediately came out and said, no, it was a hair that was in the sleeve, that was in the sweater. That's how it got tangled in her fingers. That tells you right away the talking point that the family wanted out was that that hair came from the sweater as she was putting it on. That tells you it probably didn't. It probably came from someone she was struggling with or someone who was struggling with her body. The hair was important. Why would the police not investigate that hair and take it serious? Why would the cops not dump all the phones of the family? Why would the cops not investigate the family members? Why would the cops not go to the Patty household and spray luminol all over that fucking bedroom? Seems like the basics of what you would do. You know, actually investigate the double homicide of two little girls. When I first got the sweatshirt in the mail, I thought I must have ordered a children's side. It was way too small. I must have lost a few pounds because it fits perfectly. Sorry to hear that. I don't know what happened. She's the source of the methy sketch. Yes. And she said who she thought it was. Andrea said you could clearly see the gravel at the far end of the bridge, but she didn't specify if you could tell it was Abby. But I asked, anybody answers people who give her money. Oh, she only answers people who gives her money. I see. I mean, what I think, you want to know what I think? It's very obvious what I think. What I think is that the guy in all black is the guys who took the girl, is the guy who took the girls. And the guy in all black, I think, came up from behind them as they were filming Bridge Guy. That's who says down the hill. Sure does sound like Chadwell. Was Chadwell dressed in all black? Was he out there? BG was extrapolated from Jerry's whole man. All right. Look, let's address this because this is a big one. Hold on. Gray Hughes, biggest piece of shit in this case, is still pushing that Richard Allen is factually BG. Well, let's correct that because let me tell you something that I gleaned from the testimony given so far. I don't know what Richard Allen's role, if there was one at all, was in any of this, but I'll tell you what it wasn't. There's absolutely no way in hell that Richard Allen is BG. That's what I've determined from listening to the witnesses. Here's what's clear to me. They probably did see BG, but BG is not Richard Allen. That's something I'm very confident about at this point. They saw BG. Yes. BG is not Richard Allen. Okay, so that means they didn't see Richard Allen. Do you get it? They didn't see Richard Allen. They saw BG. Well, who is BG? All right. From what I gather, they did a lot of tooling and AI on this video. Well, what I think is that did anyone see what Richard Allen out there that day? It's crazy because if they saw BG, they should be able to identify BG in a lineup, wouldn't you think? Hey, why'd you hide Shibby? What did he do? Hold on, let me figure that one out. See what happened here. Let's see if I can figure that one out. God, it's going to be a challenge here. Let's see. Hmm. Well, of course, I'm going to have trouble finding it now. Oh, that's funny. I don't even see it. All right. Well, please, somebody figure that out. But I'll go back to these comments here, as Kayla was saying. Yeah, banana bread. So if we went from banana pancakes to banana bread. What's with the bananas, Patties? All right. So where are we here? Sorry, that threw me off, man. All right. Let's get back to where we were. All right. So we are Kayla. Can I even find her now? There we go. Yeah, why is it always bananas? No, you're not the only one. That we're going to be getting into that when we deal with the critique of the testimonies given so far. Yeah, there's a conflict. There's all kind of conflicts, and it's always been conflicts from day one. Because when you have multiple people lying, things never line up. Okay. The family bumbled the timeline on the stand. Baldwin and Razi didn't need to do much cross exam because the family blew it. Let me tell you why also. They didn't want to be seen as combative with the family at this point because that would leave a bad taste in the mouth with the jurors. So what they will have to do, they're going to let things gradually snowball as they increase the pressure on the family. They didn't want to come off the bat and seem combative or adversarial with the family members. So I think it was a good strategy for them to lay off of the family at first. But the heat's going to turn up. Oh, really? It's been months. I see. Yeah, I don't know what's going on, but I'm glad it fits. 48 hours before they died, trying to understand the proof of life. There is no proof of life. That's the thing. There is no proof of life for days before. There is no proof of life 48 hours before, in my opinion. Depends on who you believe. I mean, are you to believe a family member at this point? I mean, damn, it's almost to the point of when were they last at school? When were they last at school? And I'm not believing any of the Snapchat shit, okay? Because they keep trying to reference Snapchat as proof of life, whether it's Snapchat, of the Photoshop bullshit photographs, or Photoshop or a Snapchat of the girls in the car on the way to the trails, which could be fraudulent, or Snapchat, or the Musicali videos, blah 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 blah. Okay, none of those fucking uploads are proof of life. No, I want to know who last saw them at school. When were they at school? Okay, well, who outside of the family last saw them outside of school? We can start tracking it back that way. There's no taking any word for it from family anymore. I don't care if you're grandpa, grandma, sister, brother. No, 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 no. It's my opinion. I'm not believing it was at those trails because Liberty had been there many times, according to family. So how didn't she know the trail ended like the audio from her phone caught her saying? Prof's comment sections are what made it possible for us who question narrative to talk things through without all the bullying. Well, yeah, because I had to get 23 mods to deal with all of the fucking insane meth head troll farm. All right, so let's see what else we got. It could have been a female. That would explain why no sign of SA. They were new to humiliate them. Real killers are free and have been living their best lives for almost 8 years now. Still free. Liebert said a dark person. I don't think it's ever been said that Liebert directly named anyone publicly, but behind the scenes, she did. Yeah, she said a Mexican. Okay. 4.2. Yeah, she was obsessed. That was one of the big deals. Remember, we spoke before about big deals. Everything they made huge deals over innocuous points in the timeline. Taking the sweaters, missing the call from Gamma. What else? Banana pancakes, begging to go to the trails. Blah 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 blah. Telling them the music's too loud in the morning. Probably nobody would be surprised to learn that Kelsey and Megan Allen were involved, especially since Megan admitted it. I wouldn't be surprised if either one was. I saw a video where someone was walking on the trails and there was a bunch of Delphi swim team sweatshirts. No, you saw a T-shirt where Joe and Noe were walking by Wilson Bridge and found a box of shirts. Included uh, were a shirt identical to one that's been seen on Libby. That video's on my channel. Abby's body was stripped and cleaned, but they forgot the hair between her fingers. Yes, which is possibly someone who moved or assaulted her, moved her body, or she struggled with. Okay. They all say you can't see Bridge Guy because he's so small. They missed it. Yeah, he's ant-sized. And they put a face on him and put a body on him, and we're supposed to be believing that that was his face and body. Mm-mm. Okay, we're getting there. I'm trying to catch up with you. The girls were found under the bridge and down the creek. What happened on the bridge has no value to me. Why did investigators in Kentucky go to Delphi after Richard Allen was arrested? And what were they looking? Who were they looking? I don't know who, but I'll tell you what. They were looking at a truck driver from Fort Wayne. But the reason is there were sticks on those Stevensons, arranged in shapes. There were runes drawn on the walls. All of that type of stuff. Same sort of shit that went down in Kentucky, only 3 hours away from Delphi. Okay, same signatures and a pool of blood. And what was found on the pool of blood by near Abby and Libby? But a sticks formed into a rune. But they want you to think that's nothing. Did anyone from the subs really expect this many snafus from the state to occur right out of the gate? No. No, I think that everything's going faster than I expected. That's what I was saying last show or two I did. Everything's been much quicker than I expected. So things are progressing more rapidly than I anticipated. And I think that's a very good thing. That's what I think. And that rumor from the beginning that a neighbor said 3 guys dressed in black walking through her past that yard this morning. Yes. Got it. Got it. We're on the same page, Digital. He talks about magic a lot, but he talks about how as people, we don't think how others are intentionally deceiving us by creating illusions with data. I don't even know what you're talking about, Hammy. What are you talking about, Hammy? What was that in reference to? You lost me. No witnesses saw, hello, a real short guy. Yeah, exactly. They saw Bridge Guy, not Richard Allen. Are we getting it? BG described by state witnesses as 5'10" or taller, muscular, very muscular, boyish, beautiful, feminine eyes, poofy hair, blonde hair, all black, face covered, tan or blue. Yeah, just blah, 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 blah. Gay Bellis look most like Bridge Guy to me, but could be anyone. This chat is fire. Missing stuff. Got to replay. Me too. Thank you so much, everyone who's come into the chat. I really appreciate that. I've repeatedly said the chat is what makes this channel go. And understand we are in the backup channel, but please go subscribe to the main channel as well, because these chats are what make it go. This would be just not near what it is without the chat. So I allow anything in the chat other than abusing each other. So understand that. Opinions are welcome, but abuse is not. Pretend BJ and the sketches never happened. The crime scene holds all the evidence, says Criminal Network. Apparently nobody saw Richard Allen. Richard Allen didn't see the girls. Yeah, I wonder who he did see. Did he see Kelsey and Bree Wilbur and someone else, or did he see Hollier? What is it? No, Herrera, Collier, and Mata. Who did Richard Allen see? It would be great to get his opinion. Wouldn't you love Richard Allen to look at some lineups and say, "Hey, Rick, who did you see?" Which of these girls do you think you saw that day? Let's see if he saw the Mexican girls, or I'm sorry, the Hispanic girls, or if he saw some white girls, or if he saw Abby and Libby. Who does Rick say that he saw? Who did Rick see? Did anyone see Abby and Libby that day? Because we know that stories have changed, remember? People did magic with BG. That's truly what they're doing to us. I see, yeah. No, this has all been a big magic trick, but it's all breaking down. You see, it's all breaking down. They played their cards. They've played their cards because they never expected the amount of tension and eyes that would the amount of attention, the eyes that would be on this case. They never anticipated it. And that's why your insane fucking Satanist judge decided that she was going to block transparency for this case because she thought it would all just go away and they could get it all done. But she fucked up and she's about to find out. They're all about to find out. They fucked around and found out, okay? They fucked around and found out. They thought that they could obscure the truth from the public, and the public is getting it anyway because you have people like Andrea and others that are going in that courtroom every day and coming out with some truth, and you have people like us who've been speaking it for years, and the jig is up. The game's over, and they know it. They've got to be freaking the fuck out right now about what they're going to do. Smoke and mirrors. Mm-hmm. Okay. Anyway, guys, I'd like you to know, if this is your first time here, I'd like you to know that here on this channel, and especially on the main channel, we have a large amount of resources for you. We have so many deep dives, a lot of former live streams, past live streams, in which I go depth in a lot of different aspects of the case. Also, thousands of receipts that I've shared on these live streams over the years, as well as 2 community pages chock full of information, a lot of which is concerning for you. So we've got videos that I've made that address specific points, whether it be drone footage I took in Delphi of different areas, different aspects of the case that I made videos on. And like I said, all of the live streams, some of which I produced thousands of receipts. So anyone interested in deep diving and has never been to this channel before, please understand that between both the channels, we have a lot of resources for you. The community page with information I'm positive you've never seen before, because a lot of it is unique and first time published information. So if you're new to the channel, we welcome you here. I'm extremely fond of my chat. I'm proud of my chat. We have wonderful live chats and a lot of resources for you spread between all corners of both channels. So thank you for coming and viewing if this is your first time here. I understand that Delphi Murders is just beginning to receive attention from the public because of the ongoing trial or the case against Richard Allen. But please understand that that we've been at it for years, and we have a lot of information that goes far beyond just this trial of Richard Allen. We believe that when this trial of Richard Allen is over, there'll be a lot more work to do and more years of intense work and exploration of this case and disclosure. So far, all we know is that Rafi seems to have been ahead of the curve from almost every aspect, especially in terms of all of the meth heads surrounding this case. Okay. And that's what we believe, is that this is a huge conspiracy by law enforcement to cover up a murder in which possibly anywhere from 7 to 15 were involved. Meth heads involved in the dark arts who are all part of this criminal underworld, I mean, and that for some reason law enforcement has been covering the ass, and we believe the family has also been less than honest about it. Okay. And so that's what your going to be seeing around here. Okay. Bodies found on Ron Logan property. It would have not have taken a month to get a search warrant. Why do people say the family when there are two families? Yes. And guess what? The family is not Becky Patty and Mike Patty. The family is Carrie Timmons and the father, Derek German, and also the other family is Anna Williams and Abby's father. These mothers and fathers are the family. Okay. But as you see, Becky Patty and Kelsey German and Mike Patty, they took over the public narrative. They took over the case. Not only did they take over the case as representatives of the family, but they also took over the social media narrative around the case by taking full control of every Facebook group, taking full control of the YouTube streets and all the creators, and trying to dominate the public narrative around the Delphi murders scenario. And you have to wonder why. Okay, so let me catch up with this chat. I'm trying to get on with you guys. Because when the shit hits the fan, not only will law enforcement be complicit, but the Patties will be seen as monsters. They knew who the killer was since February 14th. They also know Richard Allen is not the guy. So why would they allow Richard Allen to go down for this crime when they know he's not involved? Why would they do that? And beyond that, why would law enforcement allow it? Why would law enforcement allow that? Why would Doug Carter allow it? If someone killed your granddaughter, would your answer be to rally a large amount of thousands of bikers and do nothing? When were the last girls seen at school? Yeah. Two ears, one mouth. Welcome. I've always said it could have happened any time that weekend. Becky controlled the narrative on all Facebook groups to this day. YouTubers helped crack the fucking case wide open. Law enforcement sent Libby's video to Disney and NASA where the bridge guy was manufactured into a 1.8-second GIF used to manipulate the public. I see. Let Shibby speak. Okay. She said she got initiated into a gang. Didn't Elvis Fields also say that? What are the odds that two people who placed themselves there both say they got initiated into a gang that night? Megan said she stabbed someone to see what it would feel like. And Elvis said, if I spit on the girls and my spit is found, am I going to be in trouble? What are the odds of that? We're both in a gang now. Yeah, they didn't care about the hair because they didn't have a suspect. Andrea also mentioned that. Is that the way it's supposed to fucking work? Are you supposed to ignore forensic evidence when it doesn't suit who you think might be involved? Or are you supposed to take that forensic evidence, analyze it, get a match, and try to get a DNA profile, and then use it to find a suspect? It's fucking insane. It's called a cover up. Hello, we are not conspiracy theorists. They had the time to the exact minute. They had focus points for years. Yeah. Yeah. Like they knew the evidence. Remember, Becky made sure to get that. She had Derek 311. Derek was here at Wilson Bridge. I can explain why he was at Wilson Bridge. See, because he drove the back way. I can explain that. Then I can explain where he ended up at 3:30. Then I can explain where everyone was at 3:58. Ligon and Mullen are the most evil, corrupt pieces of shit we've ever seen. What about the trail cams? Remember that that was it Giancola said that he was going to get trail cams when he got the call the girls were found, so he forgot about the fucking trail cams. Remember that one? Maybe she missed a call from Gamma because Gamma wasn't using her own phone. That's why Abby's mom didn't answer when Gamma called to say Abby was missing. It's been bullshit, 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 bullshit for years. And everyone fell for it. Okay? See, that's why I allow people the latitude to not understand and to come and join the chat and join the channel, because they lied to everyone for 7.5 years. They gaslit the entire world with the bridge guy, all right, with the Abby Snapchat, with the entire family's fucking timeline, with the entire fucking story, with Kelsey German going on every fucking channel imaginable, running her fucking mouth for years. They gaslit the entire world around these double murders, 2 little girls. That's why it's okay. If you're just coming around to understanding that you've been lied to, it's okay. You've been gaslit. You were lied to. So we forgive you. There's no hard feelings here. Threatening to kill us, to run us off of YouTube permanently, going after our kids, that type of shit, yeah, we're a little upset about that. Everyone makes mistakes. You got fooled. When it's all said and done, the defense is going to look genius. They don't have to bring up third party, and they knew this. Frank's memorandum was strategic. I don't know. I know this much. The prosecution's case has already done the defense's work for them. Yeah. What we've seen in the past week is the prosecution basically presented the defense argument without the defense having to do a thing. So imagine what's going to happen when the defense gets to present their case. And where's the phone that Abby had? You're going to think I'm crazy until you realize I'm not. Where's the phone that Abby had that day. We watch everything, says I have Apophis. I email law enforcement daily. The header I put up is the jig is up, just like what the prof just said. What? Delphi After Dark says prof sucks because he didn't tell me he was going live today. What up, my brother True? What's up, Rick? Thanks for being here. I'm sorry. I was going to send you the link. You know what? I didn't send anyone the damn link because I was rushing to come on. So I was supposed to send the thumbnail to all you guys so that you guys could come over. But welcome in. Rick Snay's been whipping ass, wiping the floor with these motherfuckers. And hey, good job on Rick. You know, good job, Rick. I mean, a lot of people are coming together and standing up and saying, it's over. Okay, it's fucking over. All right, so, geez, I'm trying to catch up with you guys. By the way, I did talk to Matt Sullivan, and he said he would be interested in coming on the show. So we'll be having Matt Sullivan on. For those of you who know Matt, we'll be having him on to discuss. That'll be very nice. This is the Rico of all Ricos. Yeah, I agree. I agree. All right. Are the family CIs? What would give them a pass to not be looked at? Yeah, was it is it Derek? Is it Mike Patty? What's going on? I will discuss the linguist report right now because I'm in touch with the lady who authored it. Her and I have been in touch. That thing is full of the most amazing information. And poor Skip, he never got the message across to people. And the gatekeepers on Reddit, tried to discredit that report and that woman. But I have verified her credentials. I've been in contact with her. She's still working, doing what she does. And that's one we have lined up for you. There's very interesting coordinates in that linguist report and very interesting memes or memetics or ideas. Yeah, Rick can come on if he's here. I'll have Rick on. Just a moment though. I have to get some water. I'm trying to catch up to the chat, and then I'll see if Rick wants to come on. Let's see. We aren't here to harm anyone. We're here with our minds and hearts to help find truth and justice. Exactly. Exactly. Derek versus Anna next week. Get your popcorn. Every time I hear Becky patting the press conference after Rick was arrested, say to a reporter, "How would you feel if it was your child?" It makes you sick. Yeah, when she's combative with one of the reporters, how odd is that? Why would you be so combative? She should have been, jumping for joy. The killer of your family member has been arrested. You should all be jumping for joy. But you're wanting to argue with a reporter? All right. Motorcycle rally right after the murders, giving credit where credit is due. Well, of course. This is not any one of our deals. What's up, Dr. K? Dr. Vonda K, subscribe today. See a lot of familiar faces and friends. Hi, Delphi After Dark's Rick Snay. Well, hey, Dr. Vonda K, please subscribe as well to the main channel, which I'll ask someone to put into the chat. The main channel is called The Prof, not The Prof True Crime. So it's good to see you, though. Okay, check True Crime Circus video. Delphi relies on meth production. Well, yeah, Josh will tell you that here. But trust me, you guys think we've been fucking around behind the scenes? We haven't been fucking around, and they're going to find out. And you'll find out too afterwards. We're not going to show our hand. There's no showing of the hand before it's played. Okay, we're going to let it be played. Then we're going to talk about what's been going on. All right, please give me a moment. All right, sorry guys. 5-year-old, 5-year-old in the house. Had some things to do. They want Richard Allen to go down because everyone from local LE to state police, family, various drug gangs, all the way up to God knows who needs this to go away. Yeah, but it ain't going away. This is called disclosure. Okay? This is called disclosure. So what's happening is everybody's about to find out what the fuck's been going on for 7.5 years, and you all are going to be astonished. Thank you. That's a solid point about the gang initiation references. Is Raffi in here? I don't think so. See, you see right now, a lot of people are going to start understanding all the things that law enforcement have done, all the things that the family have done, and all the fucking lies have been told. And you're going to realize all the people on the internet who've been controlling this for years, things are going to begin to make sense. Gold doesn't want Klein and Elvis Fields and anyone else. Gold wants a railroading of Richard Allen. That's what she wants. Hey, Rick.
What's going on, man?
How's it going, Rick?
That's going pretty good. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, now I do. I had to turn you up.
Nice
jersey.
It was just a switch on my microphone.
I figured that, like an echo cancellation.
I guess so. It's on the back and it's got a little picture, and my old eyes can't really make out the picture. It's too small. It's smaller than that BG in that video, you know.
Well, it's good to see you, man.
It's
I'm just over here ranting.
I've been listening to you. I'm sitting here and I was going to chat, you know, I was going to say hi to you, and it's subscribers, you know, you got to be a subscriber. And I didn't know I wasn't subscribed to this one. I'm subscribed to the other one. So I subscribed, and then I thought I subscribed, but I actually hit the like button and canceled the like that I put in when I first came in. So I had to go back and like again and subscribe, and then 5 minutes later I could post. So,
Well, man. So, wow. How'd you like yesterday's? I don't know if you saw any of the reaction from those in the court, but
Andrea had like what, a 7-hour live stream afterwards.
she lost her mind. Yeah, she finally went over the tipping point. You know, hit her tipping point.
Hello to everybody. I see you saying hi in the chat there.
I'll say hi to Rick. Go subscribe to his channel if you're not already.
I know that you and I have been talking for a while now, and we had talked before about how the whole thing with the defense was going to be basically half done by the time the state rested its case, because they were going to do their better work on cross. And they have been, I mean, and I told everybody back when this first happened, I told everybody when they hired Rosie and Baldwin, you know, I'm from Logansport. I know the Rosies, you know, I know their reputations and everything. And yeah, I like that comment there by Four Pits. But I know I've followed, you can find a video of Andy Baldwin doing cross-examinations and stuff on YouTube. And I knew that Nick was out of his league. Mm-hmm. And basically they got the jury they wanted. And I've been telling people, hey, I'll bet you $500 it's going to be a freaking acquittal, because you can't find me a jury that's going to believe these jokers.
I mean, dude, based on what I saw about Holman yesterday, I think Holman got a reality check yesterday, you know,
mm-hmm.
And the jury's going to see every bit of it.
I liked Andrea's description about how he first got up there, and he was all like, you know, big old Mr. Cop, you know, and then by the time he got down off the stand, he was talking like this.
Yeah,
and they're like
quiet as the mouse
to hear what he said.
Yeah, was it what's his name? Oh gosh, Kendrick Lamar, the rapper. He had the song called "Be Humble, Sit Down" or whatever. You remember that song? Yeah.
Oh, I was just jamming it a while ago. Um, but no, Four Pits is right, man. They early on, you know, they identified the people that were going to be a problem, the people that weren't going to play along. And I know who they are because they're the ones that I used to persecute in the past. People like you and Rafi and um, Four Pits, and you just people that they knew were not going to play along. Uh, I and
Mhm.
Meow. And
Meow. Yep.
whatever happened to TCD, man, True Crime Design? I haven't seen her for a while.
They've all been. I think a lot of people got scared off of the subject. I mean,
I do
really.
too. I do too. And I don't blame them.
No, because they did a lot to everyone.
Yeah, they drove a wedge between all of us. They managed to
Mhm.
get all the fires started, get us talking about each other rather than working together toward the goal.
Boom.
And now that we have gotten past all that, hey, there's no stopping us now. Um, I mean, you and I have patched our differences up. We're working together for this. Shows where our minds and our hearts were from the beginning.
Mhm.
We want to find out who did this. Four Pits from day one. Here's the thing, even when I was giving the guy hell, I never once doubted that he was sincere, that he was concerned about this and wanted to find out who did this, Um, and, Rafi, he and I got a ways to go, but, I mean, it's coming out that we all had bits and pieces.
Mhm.
And, back in the day, the very first time it happened is when it was like me and Jeff and Skip and some other people. And then somehow they got involved in that and blew us all up, and then we were at each other's throats.
Yeah, you're noticing a pattern there.
Oh, yeah.
That's a strategy. That's what they've done. So what they've done with everyone, guys, is they play both sides, okay, and they instigate little fires. They start fires. So they go to Rick. They start a fire about something. They come to Prof. They start a fire about something. They're catfishers. Also, you got to understand, troll farm or these instigators. They're natural catfishers. So they're always hiding behind fake accounts, and they do this and they pretend to be this one, and they even at one point, someone was pretending to be me texting Rick before I even had Rick's number. And so so you don't understand the amount of divisiveness they've caused. And it's not just me and Rick, but it's literally almost every creator on the case. Okay, if you're not on the team, they were working. They were working at starting fires.
Did you spend much time on Reddit before you started doing YouTube?
Oh no, I started investigating Reddit after YouTube because I realized that there's a lot of things that were on Reddit that I had to go and figure out what people were talking about. I mean, invaluable stuff.
When you go back and look at the Libyan Abbey sub, if you look at the posts that got the most responses and everything, the highest rated posts of all time, I think my post is still the highest. And it was when I called Lee Kerr out. And you can go through there and see the conversation. It was from the start, Lee had a goal. He was trying to tell you that this was something to do with something that started online. And they were trying to reverse engineer, like I talked about in my live stream. I think it was yesterday. I called it the retcon. They're going back in their reverse engineering, retroactive continuity. They're changing facts in the past now so that they fit their narrative, you see. And what Lee Kerr was all about was, if you look at when Lee Kerr came along, February of 20, okay, right about that time, they were looking into getting their hands on Kagan Klein. And they had to wait for him to come back. And then he wasn't living at home anymore. He was living in Peru, in Kokomo. So they finally got him. And their idea is, we forgot to press the charges. And then they say I think they say in April. Yeah. Their excuse is they looked into him for the murders on like February 20th or something, when him and Tony got back from Vegas. So they come back from Vegas. Tony said they didn't even get their luggage sat down, and they raided him. And they arrested Kagan, took him to the police station. They gave Tony a lie detector test and took DNA. They took DNA from Cujo, the dog. They took every bit of electronics in the house. They took everything out. They had a black truck out there, and they took all the electronics out to the black truck. And they didn't keep all of them. Some of them they just, I'm assuming, cloned or something and gave them back to him. Like Tony said, he got his phone back like within 2 hours. And they took his DNA. They told him why, that, because they wanted to compare it and everything. And then they took Kagan to the police station. They gave Kagan a polygraph on Delphi. Now, a couple years later, they told him he failed that polygraph. Well, if he failed it, why did they let him go home? So, he took a polygraph. He said they told him he passed it, that there was no indication he was being deceptive. Okay. And then he left for Vegas a couple of days later. Well, their excuse for him not being arrested before he was is that somebody at the state police passed or forgot to pass the information on to Miami County so they could arrest Kagan Klein. And somebody supposedly, now here we go again, somebody supposedly found in a desk drawer the information about Kagan Klein. Oops, it never went to
no, that's not the way shit happens. Come on. Come on, guys.
It's the truth.
Law enforcement said it. It must be true.
You see that flicker in the room, Prof? That's gaslight.
Oh, never mind the elephant.
Big ass elephant. So then they arrested Kagan Klein, right, in August of 2020. We didn't hear about that arrest until December of 21. And when we heard about it, we already had heard that they were looking for anybody that had talked to this Anthony Schatz guy, and they acted like they didn't know who he was. And they said, while investigating the murders of Libby and Abby, we came across, they don't say it's connected. And if you notice, the number they gave you to call for tips about Anthony Schatz was a different number than the first Abby and Libby number.
It was, and I've always noticed that. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So now they, they had people thinking that Kagan Klein had something to do with it. They fed you all that stuff. But see, a couple of months ago, when they knew that they were going to be trying to frame Kagan Klein, they had Lee Kerr come out and tell everybody the new guy sketch, the young guy sketch, is a guy that Libby was talking to on Snapchat. And then they were going to say, well, that guy was actually Kagan Klein. See, they're going to say that the picture was supposed to be the young guy, the cop holding up the phone and, shirtless and muscular. And, they were going to say that was him, that they knew it was not really him, that he was just using that, but they were trying to get information, just like they came out and said, if you communicated with this Anthony Schatz, they were just doing it for theater. It was just theater, and to provide, so that people would say this Lee Kerr, oh, wow, he was on to that months ago. He must know something. And then he'd be able to keep, getting people to believe the shit, Well,
Well,
if you think about it, there aren't too many candidates for who Lee Kerr could be.
no, we pretty much know who that is, but
Mhm.
he's not worth mentioning. He has a GoFundMe to take care of.
Yeah,
Um,
he'd be all right.
I'm late and new to your channel. I've always thought this was a mean girl murder, especially since Libby's clothes were off. Why wouldn't the Patties want the? Why would the Patties want? I don't see. I don't know any. I I'll never pretend that I know what happened when I don't, but I will definitely let you know what I think about what I do know that I know. Andre says, "Hi Rick, I just watch all your videos, just don't comment much."
Appreciate
That's
it.
Andre.
Yeah,
Andy
we
Baldwin. Yeah. I'm obsessed with Andy Baldwin too because what it looks like is he's I would put it like this. I was a great fan of To Kill a Mockingbird. And I always thought that Atticus, is that his name? Atticus?
Atticus Finch. Yep.
Atticus Finch was just like one of the most heroic ideas or concepts of an attorney, and I even like the movie, the black and white movie. And when I think of Baldwin, I just think like they don't make him like that anymore. Okay. He's a legendary classic what's the word? I don't want to say idealist, but he's like a
Yeah.
picture of what an attorney should be. And so I think they fucked up, like Rick was saying, with having Baldwin and Rozzi. That's why they wanted them off, and I'm confident that there was a setup that was put into play to have them removed, and Gull thought she would get away with it. Supreme Court said, hell no, you got to do this the right way. Then Skip and Julie went in there, and they exposed that Fig and company were talking with Jody Williams and others, and they fucked the whole scheme up. And that's why Screaming and Libretto were kicked off. Baldwin and Rozzi were replaced. They had to stay because they couldn't get away with Plan 2 or Plan B, which was to get them out of there through contempt of court. And so now they're stuck. They're in between a rock and a hard place now, because this was never supposed to go to trial. Rick was supposed to end up dead or forced to plea out of fear for his family. He didn't do either. They're stuck with Baldwin and Rozzi. They're fucked right now. That's all I can see.
When you talk about To Kill a Mockingbird, when I read A Time to Kill by John Grisham, I thought of To Kill a Mockingbird because the lawyer, I can't think of his name right now, but the lawyer in that story, if you're unfamiliar with the story, what it was is most of John Grisham's books are about the South, and a lot of them are about from your territory there, from where you're from, Prof. And he does a lot of he has lawyers that are idealists and everything, and but there's always some kind of hook to what's going on. Like in To Kill a Mockingbird, it was a very prejudiced, racist county, and 2 white men raped and beat a black girl and almost killed her. And the father went to the courthouse because in the trial they were going to let him off. The fix was in. They were going to be found not guilty. So the father of the little girl got a shotgun and hid in the closet of the courthouse. And it's, small town courthouse and everything. They didn't have freaking metal detectors. And when the guys were coming down out of the trial, he bursts out of the closet, shoots them both, and then they put him on trial. Well, his lawyer in that Brignance, there you go. Thank you so much. Jake Brignance. It's kind of I think is that a Cajun name, Prof?
I'm trying to see it here. I don't see it yet.
Brigance.
Brigands. No.
But yeah, he's a lot like Yeah. All right. Well, now I forgot the lawyer and
Atticus Finch.
Yeah. So, what is it? Innocent man, ADA is a repeat of. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's true. And it's also there's you can see it on I believe it's on Netflix now. An Innocent Man with John. That's one of John Grisham's nonfiction books. So you know what? Where'd Noe go?
I don't know. Where are you, Noe? I don't know. Oh, there he is. What's up, Noe?
Hola, Noe. I'm going to the courthouse this week, Noe. So let's coordinate.
It's time to patrol the streets, guys.
Oh yeah, man. We gotta patrol the streets. I'll tell you what, man. They're so quiet now. It's been nice.
Well, you know what? I think that they gave up on the idea to get a hotel room in the same hotel with the jury and film them because we exposed that.
Yeah.
And I especially want to say a thank you to True Grit Crime because she's actually the one that helped bring it to everyone's attention. And whoever was behind that, they went and deleted those Reddit posts. Yes, they did because they knew they were caught. But guess what? We know how to find those Reddit posts. So don't worry, your sweet ass, we'll be doing that.
Yeah, I think Sunflower asked me if I was going to bake some banana bread. Isn't that interesting? Banana bread, banana pancakes. Do we know if Derek can cook? Ask Four Pits if Derek can cook. Can he bake? Yeah, it's going to be interesting. This is because we have how many more? I'm guessing we're going to be starting. I think the defense is going to start by Wednesday. I think the defense will probably start Wednesday.
That's kind of my feeling. I was thinking, yeah.
And what that I'm seeing a lot of stuff on Facebook. A lot of posts about. They're still talking about the cat hairs. What? Somebody said, well, somebody asked, like, well, what's the latest updates? And they said, well, what about this guy? What happened? And they said, well, they went and did a search at his house. And several times during the search, he said, it's over. It's all over. And then they... What'd she say? They did find evidence linking him to the crime in that search. What? When are they going to introduce it in the trial? That's what I want to know. But then she said something about there possibly being cat hairs that could be linked to him, And I think that's because they don't want to offend their Sonny whatevers and their Honey Pritchards and Sarah Osbrooks and those people that spread their lies, Turbo Time, people like that.
I'll tell you guys this. I patrol the Facebook streets, but I do it behind a fake account so no one knows who I am. But I'll tell you this much. If you want to see the stupidest shit you've ever seen, go into any of the Delphi Facebook groups because it's basically 98% all bullshit. I mean, Facebook is worthless when it comes to Delphi. And so, I don't know, that's why you see me here on YouTube.
Yeah, you can go into the Delphi group, Delphi only truth, no lies, no rumors and all that. And you can read all about my wife filing for divorce, which fortunately did not happen. But unfortunately for them, that is not true. And, people saying, hey, Steve, people saying things like, what's my favorite one? Because we're talking about Tony Klein. This woman today said, I don't know if it was today, it was sometime this weekend. She posted that she still thinks that Tony Klein's involved and she thinks that he could be BG. And somebody goes, what? You're crazy, and she goes, oh, but you think it's Richard Allen. And she goes, they look exactly the same. They're both not very tall. And I'm like, okay, I'm 6 foot tall. Tony's taller than me. So I don't know what you mean by he's not very tall.
That's huge. Bridge guy is tall. Richard Allen is like a midget.
Yeah. Yeah. And she was
even
saying,
I'm taller than Richard Allen, and I'm not a big guy. Come on.
Yeah, man, I'll tell you, when I saw him, and he doesn't even look 5'4". When I saw him in that courtroom, man, he was small. If the suit he was in was, I believe, I think it was the yellow one. But if it had been orange, I might have been thinking, oompa, loompa, loompa, because he was small,
Yeah, that's what who was it that told me? Oh, Noe. Yeah, Noe. Noe. I asked Noe, I said, Noe, you've seen Rick Allen in person, right? He said, yeah, from 3 feet away. So I said, how big was he? How did he strike you? And Noe was just like, man, he's tiny. He's like,
he is.
So there's no way. I mean, the whole thing, I don't know if you caught this part earlier. What I was saying is that I'm confident that the witnesses saw Bridge Guy. Rayleigh and what's her name? Betsy Blair. I think they saw Bridge Guy, but they clearly did not see Richard Allen, which means Richard Allen ain't Bridge Guy. Okay. So then we should be looking at who is Bridge Guy, because that's who these girls saw. And then also wondering, why did they not see Richard Allen? Maybe he told the truth and was out of there before they got there.
I've been making the joke on my channel, man, about, the Monty Python thing where I say, when he saw the 4 girls. And the reason I do that, if you've seen me do it and didn't get it, it's from Monty Python and the Search for the Holy Grail. And there's a part where the king keeps saying 3 when he means 5 or 5 when he means 3. And they always correct him. They say, he's like, just answer the 5 questions, 3 questions. And Richard Allen told them he saw 3 girls walking on the path. Okay. Mm-hmm. Now, when the police talked to Riley and I think Bree Wilbur was with him and the other Voorhees girl, there was another person with them. There were 4 of them, but they don't mention that. See, they say 3 girls because they put the statements. Oh, come here, guys. You're knocking over my stuff. They put the statements as, well, those are the 3 girls that Richard saw. They saw him. He saw them,
Turning 3 into 4.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like turning mud into blood, or turning tan into blue, or turning tall into short. It's sleight of hand, misdirection, bullshit. And it's Tony Liggett running for re-election to keep this case under control. Wait, not re-election. Running for sheriff.
Election, yeah.
Because Tobe, all the T's are getting me. Tobe Lesenby was leaving. They had to get one of their own in there to keep control over this information, because the whole goal, in my opinion, wasn't about the election or any position. It was about maintaining control over this narrative.
Yes.
Yeah. And so, Richard Allen.
And that's why, if you look at the early days, and if you look at that sheriff's election, okay, there was another deputy involved early on in the investigations. He was in the sheriff's race, and like I've said before, what happened, everyone, was that in Carroll County, it's like a lot of Indiana. It's very red. And basically a lot of offices Democrats don't even bother to run for. So the Republican primary in those places would be the election. And what happened was there were 3 candidates in that Republican primary. One of them was Tony Liggett. The other one, I can't remember his name, but he used to be the sheriff. He was
Mike Thomas, you mean?
No, Mike Thomas was the third one that was in.
Pinkard?
No, Pinkard was the independent guy that got in later. This guy, he used to be the sheriff years ago, and then he came back and ran again.
Oh, I see.
And he finished third. Mike Thomas finished second, and Tony Liggett won. Okay. But there was some shady stuff going on with that election because it was the same sort of thing. Why did this guy who had retired and left and was done with being the sheriff in Carroll County, why did he come back and run? Why did Mike Thomas run against Tony Liggett when it was clear from the beginning Tobe Lesenby was terming out? They can only go for 2 terms, then they got to get out and let somebody else go. And, you know, what they usually do is they pass the job of sheriff on. You know, the sheriff picks his chief deputy, and the chief deputy, you know, works with the sheriff, and then the chief deputy usually gets the sheriff's endorsement to move. Yeah, there you go. Thank you, DB
Lee Horde.
Yeah. That's the guy that used to be the sheriff, and he finished third. So Mike Thomas was the deputy. He was the deputy of Tobe Lesenby. See what I mean? It's the same guy.
So I see what you're saying. Yeah. Keeping it in the family here, because
no
outsiders allowed.
Mike Thomas would not play ball. Mike Thomas saw, you know, like a duck and said, "Oh, hey, that's a duck." And Tobe Lesenby was going, "No, that's not a duck, dude. You're not, that's not a duck. No, that's a cat." You know, and Mike was like, "No." So Mike, who had always been an exemplary deputy, people loved the guy. He had a spotless record. Suddenly, they find all these things that he's just not doing his job. Remind you of anybody? Excuse me. And they found things that Mike had done wrong, and Tobe had to demote him. So Tobe demoted him and promoted Tony Liggett, and therefore Tony Liggett was the new anointed one. And he won the election because he was allowed to campaign while he was on the clock, you know, going around to businesses, you know, "Hey, you know, here, have yourself a T-shirt, Liggett for sheriff," you know, and when he's handing it to him, then they take a real quick picture, you know, "Thank you," you know, while he was on duty. Clear violations, but they threw it out. Nobody in the county had the guts to go up against the machine, but some women from outside did. Unfortunately, they dismissed the suit for lack of standing, and, you know, so it never went anywhere. But that's why. And then they thought, "Hey, we got it, man. We're good." But right about the same time they were figuring out that Kagan Klein was not the guy with the search in the river, okay? The Wabash River search is happening. They're realizing Kagan Klein is not the guy. Right about that time, Pinkard comes along and goes, "I'm going to run for sheriff on the independent ticket." He got the required signatures. He got on the ballot. They were screwed. So they had to scramble. What are we going to do? So when they knew that Kagan Klein wasn't going to work out, they suddenly had Kathy Shank open that drawer and, "Oh, look, I found this. What does it say? Oh, Richard Allen." Nah.
Cleared, though. Yeah, it's that whole story. I mean, dude, that story is just as Doolin not having the video of Rick's interaction when he says, "I video every interaction. I just couldn't find it on my computer."
Yeah.
It's our ace in the drawer.
He doesn't have that one, you know, where he doesn't have Richard Allen saying, "It's over, it's over, it's over." You know, doesn't have that one. You know, and remember Noe? Noe says, "Good old boy system described to its T." You remember Noe, the debate between Pinkard and Liggett?
Oh, I remember.
Liggett says, "Well, yeah, we're all good old boys." And Pinkard said, "Excuse me, I am not a good old boy." He didn't want to include himself.
Yeah, what gets me with Pinkard, though, he said, "We're bringing in outside help. We're going to bust this case wide open, start it all over again. We're going to change the way shit's done here. That's it. Can't have that, because that might actually solve the crime and who was involved, and that's not the goal of the unified command.
That's right. Can't have that.
But they're fucked now. I mean, pardon the language. I know Rick doesn't do too many expletives here on his channel, but they're effed. They're effed.
You can, like I always say, I've always said on my channel, it's like an R-rated movie. You know, if you can be PG-13, but if you're going to be PG-13, you can only use the F word one time. You know, so I'm like, fuck it, and I'll say it right away and then get it. But yeah, I'll say it every now and then, but I try not to because I don't want them to like demonetize my videos and stuff. So, you know.
Oh, dude, every one of my videos gets the red flag. And then I have to appeal and say, please let me. But I don't care because the $3 I'll make in ad revenue. It's like, okay, whatever. $1.50 or $3. I'll take the $1.50 to be able to say F 3 times.
Yeah, it's like the swear jar.
Yeah, it's the swear jar I have to put into it. So that's the way I do it. I'll take the half. I don't know, sort of the way YouTube does it for you listeners. They do half demonetized. So they'll do like your video is not suitable for most advertisers. So they throttle it down. And so you might make $1.25 in the month over $3.50. So yeah. I always laugh and say, oh, it's a big loss.
You know, this is such a great point here from It's a New Day.
Find it here.
The thing is, I kept seeing this thing about them saying, you know, well, they moved it 3 times, the office 3 times, and I never really realized what they were saying. And then I just read that and I was like, oh, I get it now. They moved the office 3 times. Did they never clean out the damn desks? You know, I mean, did they just move the desks with the stuff in it? How did she not find it before that? That's a good point.
Kathy Stanks. I'll say it that way. Kathy Stanks.
I swear. I was up there when I was at the press conference when they announced Richard Allen, the arrest. And, you know, I was right behind Kevin and Anya. And I heard Carter thank them for keeping their word, you know. And then later on, I accidentally, they kind of let it slip what that was all about. They said something, and I asked them, I said, hey, were you talking about, and they were like, yeah, and they admitted that basically they had gotten a notice ahead of time that they were making an arrest, that they had somebody they were going to make an arrest, and they gave Anya and Kevin all the information about the guy so that they could have a podcast ready to roll,
ready to go,
arrested. So that Friday morning when I woke up and I hear there's been an arrest in the Delphi murders, a lot of people say, you know, oh yeah, Snay's the first one I remember live. That's because I just happened to be sitting at my computer at the very second they announced it. And I was like, oh shit. And I fired up my YouTube and I said, I'm hearing there's been an arrest. And then it got around real quick and everybody was going live and everything. And, but I remember that hearing about it, and we kept, the weird thing is, you know, Murder Sheet had all the facts and they knew who he was and everything. But remember, they're a podcast, not a YouTube channel. So we didn't know what this guy looked like. And it was really funny. You could not find his mugshot. You know, I mean, I swear to God, that Blubbo guy, he found my mugshot like 10 seconds after they posted. Yeah. So it's like, what the hell? You could not find this guy's mugshot anywhere. And you kept, every time you looked, Richard M. Allen, arrested, Indiana, whatever, you kept finding this guy that was like, looked real mean and, looked like he'd been in a fight and gotten like his face punched in and everything, you know. And that's all you could find. But then a couple days later, we finally started getting the pictures and, you know, like maybe later that night we might have when they went on the news.
I bet Murder Farm had it first.
Yeah, I'll bet they did.
Boy, thanks for the swear fund. Yeah, there you go.
There you go.
Contribute to the swear fund, and I won't have to not swear. But no, it's Murder Sheet. I'll put it this way: they have been used as the official law enforcement mouthpiece and damage control narrative spinners from the beginning. And remember, with this whole thing with Fortson, okay, look, you knew Fortson because you communicated with him, and he liked you.
Yeah, I didn't know who he was until after he died, but yeah.
I didn't know Fortson because he didn't like me. But one thing I'll do is stand up for Fortson's death, because I believe Holman was solely to blame. I believe Murder Sheet pulled a fucking scummy move by trying to coerce the public with this narrative that they tried to spin a narrative around it. Like, nothing's still making sense. We're still getting to the bottom of what happened with Fortson and the leaks and Andy Baldwin and Westerman and others. Nothing's making sense, but we pretty much have a good idea of what really happened. But we are still waiting on proof. But Murder Sheet, it's just like every time there's anything, they always come in with the angle. And it's not a good angle. And it's why people don't like them. Someone asked on my channel the other day, why don't people like Murder Sheet? And I just didn't have a response. You have to see it for yourself.
Me, because we were friendly with each other for a while. And a lot of people asked me, what happened? Why did you guys, basically what it was is I knew for a very long time that someone was trying to set me up with stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And, people kept telling me, people would say things like, you're so stupid. You're not even paying attention to what's going on and all that. No, I was. I admit it did take me a little longer to find out who was involved. And what I had to do was, and this is where the confusion came from about the pictures. When I was sent the crime scene photos, some people were trying to say, oh, well, look at Snay, he had to go and say, oh, I got crime scene photos. No, I got them at 4:20 on Thursday afternoon. And I know exactly when it was because that's my favorite number. So 4:20. I got to, and also because they were sent to me on Reddit, and but people say, well, you said they were emailed to you. Yeah, I did, because I was protecting the person that gave them to me. It wasn't anybody's business who gave them to me until the cops came and asked me, and I was ready. I told her, I said, if you don't want me to say, I won't say your name. I said, I'll let them put me in jail. And she said, no, you can tell them. So I told him, but what happened with those pictures is I got them at 4:20. I went into work that night, and Anya texted me as I was getting to the pub. It was like 9 o'clock. It was like about 8:30 because I was on my way. And I get there and she says, hey, be careful, because I hear there's some stuff floating around out there that may or may not contain crime scene photos. Now, I already knew that there was something out there because I had been talking to Mark Cohen, Robert. I had been talking to him, and that's where I was getting a lot of my info that was coming out right, And for a while, he had me convinced that he thought Richard Allen was innocent. Then he tried to tell me there was like 20 more minutes of the video, and you couldn't see, but you could hear. And, he took him to a shack, told him to get undressed, and it was definitely Richard Allen. And that's when I knew he was lying. So I had figured out what he was trying to do. They were trying to get me to trust him as a source, and then get me to say, oh my God, it is Richard Allen, and it's just, people don't understand. This is where a lot of people get their news and stuff now, YouTube. people spend more time on YouTube than they do watching, the local news.
Thank
That's
you.
why they're interested.
Thank you so much for saying that, because I think the world is still catching up to reality here. We are the press. Okay.
Yeah.
We are where people go for news. I can tell you that because it's what I do. I don't turn on the television, watch Fox News or MSNBC for 8 hours. I wait till I'm ready. Then I go consume my news on YouTube by going and looking at the news feed and figuring out which of the videos I want to watch. And I know
do
that
too.
everyone else does the same. For instance, right now, everyone's going over to Andrea Burkhart or Lawyer Lee to go and see what the fuck happened in court because our insane judge won't allow the cameras that she allegedly advocated for in years prior. So that's how we're getting news.
Yeah. And early on, they were trying to control the narrative through social media. They started with Lee Kerr on Reddit, and they wanted people to believe Lee Kerr because he was going to set it up that it was Kagan Klein. And then they wouldn't have had to do any of this stuff. Everybody would have believed it was Kagan Klein. And then, now notice, they didn't take him and put him in protective custody, even though he was basically, preying on little girls, children. He was the type that you would expect them to protect during being held, because that's the kind of person that gets shanked in prison and in jail, is a child molester or a child victimizer, and well, Sweet Dude Shibby says Lee Kerr was a woman from the courthouse, or was that someone else? That was someone else. You're probably thinking of Sue Wright, or is it Sue Rice?
No. Sue Wright. No. Lee. I mean, basically, look.
Lee Kerr was a guy.
We'll be getting to Lee Kerr later, but Lee Kerr is someone you've probably already heard us talk about.
But yeah, you're right, KLL. Mike is limited to what he can say, Mike Thomas. He sued the county, and they settled. I'm just going to say they settled big. Mike doesn't have to worry about money for the rest of his life, and neither do his kids.
Mike Thomas, come on to the channel or on the
his
rig.
grandkids.
Come on, Mike, give your opinion, brother.
He can't. NDA, non-disclosure. Same reason Galen can't talk about Flora, non-disclosure. If they talk, they have to give the money back, and they can get in trouble. Indy Cindy's asking, who is Frosty? He's nobody.
You don't want to know.
Frosty melts in the end. He is the buddy of the master troll. We call them Trolls Are Us. We call them the bootlickers. We call them the troll farm. And it's literally what they are. They are a troll farm. Their whole produce is lies, hate, deception, fear. They pushed a narrative about my wife that got Noe believing that she was getting information from her job and giving it to me. Noe went forward with it. And that's why Noe and I were, because they figured out, the way to go to get Snay is to go after his wife. So that's what they did. They got me mad at Noe because he said something about my wife, and that's what they're trying to do now with this whole thing about divorce and all that kind of shit. But what they don't understand is I know the truth, and nothing they say changes that reality, so. Yep, the bootlickers. But the whole Frost and Cohen have a channel called Fire and Ice. Now, I believe that Lee Kerr was a couple of different people, but I believe the main one was someone that we've talked about here tonight, I think everybody knows who I'm talking about. He has been getting information for the longest time, privileged inside information about Delphi. Because if you go back and look at my channel about a year and a half ago, guys, you're going to see that I'm talking about things coming out in the investigation. And, you know, a couple of weeks or days or whatever later, depending on what it was, you'd find out it would come out in the news. Like give you an example. I said, okay, nothing connecting him to the crime was found in the search. Nothing in his car, nothing, you know, there's no DNA, anything like that.
Nada.
I said that like a month before it came out. It came from him. It came from Mark. And, you know, some of the stuff that he was giving me wasn't even in the discovery yet. So he couldn't have been getting it from the defense. So he was getting it from the prosecution. And then Skip and Julie going in and telling them about Fig getting information directly from Nick. You know, I was there that day in the courtroom to testify. And what I was going to testify to is in part what I just told you, that I was getting information from him that wasn't in the discovery yet. But I was also going to testify about some things that I had seen and heard and overheard that directly inferred that Murder Sheet had a deal with Jerry Holman.
Wow.
And that's
wow.
And, you know, and if Noe's still here, he'll tell you, we didn't do anything that day, guys. We didn't. You know, the stuff you see that doesn't it seem like it just so many people were there ready to video it.
Oh,
People
that's
like
what they do. That's the MO. Yeah.
And, you know, they got the videos of him and I, you know, going back and forth on the lawn. Okay. That was after they threw us both out. And they threw us out like within minutes of each other from the same door. Now, Noe and I had been to court a couple of times going back and forth with protective orders and stuff, no contact orders and everything. And every time we went to court, they made one of us stay until the other one left, and then they let the other one go. Well, they didn't do that. They threw us both out when we were supposedly causing a disturbance inside the courtroom. We didn't cause a disturbance, guys. We met quietly in a stairwell and agreed to meet each other afterwards. That's it. And, you know, yeah, sure, we'd look at each other and he'd like give me a dirty look and I'd blow him a kiss, or, you know, he'd get all, you know, he like, you know, he'd pass me in the hallway and go Ricky Dicky Leaky Leaky and stuff, you know, but we didn't get
Stupid shit.
or try to fight or anything, you know.
Yeah.
She lied about that. She lied about everything across the board and had us thrown out. Now, what she's trying to do now, desperately, watch these next couple days while the state is still making its case. She desperately wants a reason to kick the YouTubers out before the defense starts putting their case.
Andrea Burkhart. Yeah, she wants her out for sure. Probably Lawyer Lee and maybe even Mata. Trust me, the 2 or 3 who are coming bringing the facts out of that courtroom, she wants them out. Guaranteed. Hey, would you remember you sent me something the other day, which was that, okay, about the incident, about the incident with Kathy Allen and Janice outside of the courthouse when they were set up to collect evidence. Let me bait you into that conversation.
Did I put it up on? I think it's up on my community wall. Some of the bootlickers, and you're right. I think somebody said the thing about Ricky Dicky Leaky Leaky. He knew it got to me, and it was funny. I just like the small balls. It was funny as hell, you know. I mean, that song, you know, Rick Scott, Small Balls. That's funny as hell, you know. But anyway, what was the question? Oh, you asked me about.
About the collecting evidence. Yeah,
I have the screenshot on my wall. What they do is this. What's his name? Gibbo. Yeah, this Gibbo. He's been obsessed with me for like a year and a half. I've told the guy I don't know how many times that I'm hetero, but love turns to hate so easily. So he has been like emailing me for like a year, and he had his email is I'll be frank and all this. And he's always been, he'll email me about stuff, and he's always been wrong, But he's one of the big ones now with Jinx and some of these others. And the other day I told Jinx, I said, she told me that she went up to Kathy Allen outside of the courtroom one day, or outside the court, her and Sarah Elrod Osbrook and someone else went up to Kathy Allen and were pretending to be, concerned about her and everything. And Jinx told people that she hugged her, and when she was, it looks like, Jinx is the one that looks like a man, looks like a little boy, really, and has a cane. She walks with a cane, foul mouth, meth head. She's a meth head. Anyway, so, this group, they were trying to, say stuff about me and everything. And they said something about, Kathy Allen. And I said, look, just stop lying about her. Okay. She had to go to her lawyer. This is a woman who has had her entire life uprooted. Her husband has been put in jail for something he didn't do. She's being, had to move out of her house, her city, been treated like a pariah. And, they want to make things harder on her by going up to her and pouncing on her after one of these hearings. And she, Jinx said she went to hug her. And when she did, she turned her recorder on. She wanted to tell everybody how, smart she was, how sneaky she is. That just shows how disgusting she is. And they said they recorded Kathy saying, well, I don't consider myself married. I believe Rick's confessions. I'm just here now for Jan. Well, I talked to Kathy. I know she believes 100% that Rick is innocent. And, whatever she might have said, it didn't mean what they were saying. She had to go to her lawyer and have her lawyer release a statement saying she does not believe his confessions. They are not getting divorced. They are still married. They are still very, much ready to get on with their lives together. All right. But for some reason, these guys get their jollies talking about other people's relationships, probably because theirs are so bad, or they can't find a relationship. Like Blubbo, I doubt if he could find a woman that would want to have anything to do with him. But, they make up all this shit about people. So they make up stuff about Kathy. Her lawyer tells them, stop, So now Jinx is trying a new one. Now Jinx is saying, well, I'd like to know why Kathy Allen was at the girls' services at the high school and signed her maiden name. What they probably did was found a woman who has Kathy's maiden name. I don't know what it is. I know it, but I can't remember it. But let's say it was Baker. They might have found somebody that put Kathy Baker, signed in Kathy Baker, and they go, oh my God, that's Kathy Allen signing in with her maiden name, and they're trying to put her through more shit. They have no proof for it because it's a lie. So I gave them shit about it. I said, this is bullshit. I said, this is witness tampering. And Drippo says, oh, it's not witness tampering. We're collecting evidence. Collecting evidence. These guys always talk about how we try to make it all about us, Prof. But they think they're collecting evidence. And then Jinx said that very proudly, like it was a flex, that they gave that recording to Jerry Holman. So what?
Yeah. You know what? I wanted to read. I just remembered something I read on Facebook just to show you what we're talking about here with these people. Because this one, this particular poster here, she never ceases to amaze with the bullshit. But I didn't have it ready to go because I'm a goofball. But let's see. Because I read this morning. It came this morning, and I was like, boy, you'll never give up. Like this woman will never give up. Okay. Let's see. This is one of the Becky Patty best friends. Okay. She will just never give up on this particular approach, but I really wanted to read it. Now, watch, I'm not going to be able to find it because I'm trying to. But this is someone who constantly posts, for instance, Murder Sheet podcast and the other channels you've referenced today. But this one this morning, it killed me.
While you're looking for it,
yeah,
Hard
please.
Candy mentioned something here that I heard before, but I didn't know. I could have sworn, I can't remember who told me, but Hard Candy says Frost slipped up on one of his lives and called Delphi Dummies Chris.
Well, Chris's daddy, and that's Chris Long.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Whose daddy was a police commissioner of Carmel, Indiana for 30 plus years, and who's a best friend of Doug Carter. Makes you wonder, what are they doing what they're doing? But yeah, let me keep looking. Please address the chat, because this, trust me, this is worth it because of the level of gaslight is off the charts. But this is what they think. And the funny thing is, people who don't, I guess my point in reading it would be that people who don't know the case, they're liable to fall for this type of gaslight. But once you know the slightest bit about the case, like you can clearly see right through it. Because the arguments, they're just like, it's all logical fallacy. Let's see. No, unless she's deleted it, because I did not screenshot it, because I'm not really that into screenshotting the gaslighting like I used to be. Well, I'll give up on it. Let me
If Christine and Gianna are talking about the music center out there in Noblesville, Deer Creek, yeah, that's what it's. I don't know why people say I'll always call it Deer Creek. Isn't that the name? That's the name. Yeah. Whatever they call it now, Rudolph or Pips or whatever the hell they call it, it's Deer Creek, and it always will be. So for me, but I mean, slowly as we Gen Xers, I'm not a boomer. we Gen Xers leave the existence. It's somebody's going to call it whatever they name it now, but it's Deer Creek, damn it.
Yeah, I'm just looking for any other comments. I'm not kind of distracted right now. But you're right. See, that's what I'm getting at, Mar. Even you were almost believing their bullshit because it's that easy. And to understand what they do, it's very, I mean, I'm going to probably write a book about this. Like, I'm not going to write a book about Delphi. I'll probably write a book about the social media phenomena, or the using of social media to control the narratives around murders. Okay. Because I think that has not really been done effectively, and I could do it.
Yeah. This is not the only one. That's the thing. Delphi's not the only one. It's happened before, and it'll happen again.
Yeah, and what they do, so what they do is they establish a faux community, meaning they'll have, let's say there's 5 or 10 of us. We each have 5 or 10 accounts. Well, that suddenly makes 50 to 100 people. Okay, and if we work collectively to gaslight and to create this artificial reality or consensus in all these little subgroups. So we'll go to Delphi Murders Let's Chat. We'll go to Delphi Search for a Killer. We'll go to the Rick Snay channel. We'll go to the Prof channel. We'll go to the Fig Solves channel. And we'll go all around to these sub-communities as our own little subset. And we'll pretend to have conversations when it's really us talking to ourselves. Like, it's very interesting tactics and techniques that they use. But once you start to see it, it's almost like reading the tea leaves. Once you start to see how the patterns work, you start to be able to see it where it's occurring in different places. And I'm of the opinion at this point that it's intentionally strategic. It's someone up top that's directing. In other words, there's a wizard behind the curtain that's saying, guys, we need you to be on this direction or this direction or this direction. And it's a subset of what Murder Sheet is doing. Murder Sheet's doing it directly as a single voice. But then you have this whole group of people out there doing the same agenda, which is trying to steer this community in different directions to keep eyes off of certain ideas, like, questioning the police, questioning the family, questioning the, it's like a diversionary technique. It's don't look there. Well, we got a lot of comments. Thank you. Okay.
Yeah, Captain Howdy. Somebody mentioned Captain Howdy. I'll get to that in a minute. I don't want to forget about it. But, they did have me fooled for a little bit. They always underestimate me. When when I had the pictures, I think they expected me to run to my channel and show them, because they always talk about how I'm just about clicks and, I'm just about making it about myself and everything. And I think that Becky and, the other people, the Patty people that are trying to control everything, I think they thought that if they befriended me and made me feel like, I could go to her and ask her questions, and then I could go to my channel and, say, well, everybody, I can put this rumor to rest because, I've actually been able to get information. They expected me to jump at that and want to be the guy, but I ain't Frank Meister. I'm not going to come out here and say every 5 seconds, well, I talked to Becky and Becky says, No, they found out that Frank Meister would drop down to his knees for the patties. I don't do that. I have said from the very beginning, I am about the truth. I want to find out who did this. I am a person who gets obsessed with a crime like this because I want to know what the hell they thought they were doing and how they thought they could get away with it. And for 7 years, more than 7 years, these guys have gotten away with it, and I'm not going anywhere until I figure out what the hell happened here. And people can say what they want about me. I don't care. It doesn't change my day a bit when they want to say things about me,
Remember what you told me about the "you surely proved your worth" comment? Would you repeat that for those who are in here, first timers?
Yeah, hang on a second. What do you want? All right. Give me a minute. Will you give me a minute, Sarah? The first time I was in court with Frank Meister, he was sitting behind me and a couple of people down, and I happened to, by sheer chance, end up sitting right next to Kathy Allen. This was the first time I saw, first time I saw Rick Allen and realized how, when I saw him, he looked terrified, But after that hearing, Frank walks up to Mike Patty, right? Now, this is in June of 2023. He walks up to Mike Patty and he goes, "How you doing, Mike?" And puts his hand out. And Mike kind of gets this confused look on his face and shakes his hand. And he goes, fine. I'm sorry, who are you? And Frank goes, YouTuber. They call me the Frank Meister. And I'm thinking, no, you call yourself the Frank Meister. That's why they call you that. But he says, they call me the Frank Meister. And Mike was like, oh, okay. Like, okay. So, that Mike's like that. He's like, he's better than you, So then, what was it? See, June, July, August, September, October, 5 months, right? 4 or 5 months later. Mike Patty is standing outside the courthouse. Frank Meister and Tom Frost walks up to him, and somebody happened to be like, recording it or something. And you could hear Mike Patty shakes Frank Meister's hand, and he says, "Well, you sure proved your worth, didn't you?" You proved your worth. That's what Mike Patty said to Frank Meister, who all those months had been pounding everybody in, right in the head with, it's Richard Allen. He's guilty. He did it. If you think he's not guilty, you love a child murderer. You're defending a child murderer, stuff like that.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. Thank you, ACV. Look, I found the thing. But Mike Patty, where's my congrats? Why haven't I proved my worth? I've sat here for 12, 15, 20 hours a week for 2 years, pounding down this case for Abby and Libby. Where's my worth? I found this post here. I want you guys to hear it. This is from Down the Hill, the Unsolved Delphi Murders Facebook group. And it goes like this. And I just want you guys in the chat to understand the level of gaslight. Okay. It says,
Christine.
It says, either the bullet match is unfortunate. The clothing match is a coincidence. The time he gave originally was an accident. The witnesses who saw him on the bridge are mistaken. The witness who saw him muddy and bloody is lying or mistaken. The car on CCTV is wrong. The police officer lied and said he heard RA say it doesn't matter, it's over. The girls intentionally captured a man on tape that wasn't the killer walking towards them and saying down the hill and that be a gun. All the confessions we are about to hear were coerced, apparently 60 of them. RA looking identical to the man in the video is just really bad luck, or he's guilty. Now,
or
what they don't say about that is that, okay, let's break that down point by point, since this is a gaslight of gaslights. The bullet match is unfortunate. No, it's not unfortunate. It's called a fantasy because it's not forensic science. Okay. Yeah. Or the clothing match is a coincidence. Which clothing match? There's no clothing match. The fact that he owns a blue Carhartt jacket and jeans, so do how many people in Indiana? I own a tan Carhartt jacket. You know why? It's the best fucking jacket I can wear on snowy days in the mountains of Colorado.
The great thing about a Carhartt is if it's really, really cold, you zip it up, you're warm. If it's just kind of chilly, you unzip it, you're fine.
It's also waterproof. Yes, it's an awesome fucking jacket. Okay. The time he gave was an accident. No, he said he left at 1:30. The witnesses who saw him on the bridge are mistaken. No, no one saw him on the bridge. They saw a bridge guy on the bridge, someone 5'10" approximately, and muscular. The witness who saw him muddy and bloody is lying or mistaken. I choose lying.
Lying.
Okay? She's a piece of shit.
Well, she put on quite a show in court, I hear.
That's why I am now calling her a POS. Yes, an attention-seeking, compromised, shady-ass, smart-mouth little heifer. The car on CCTV is wrong. No, the car is unidentifiable, which makes you think, how is Kelsey's vehicle identifiable? And how are those victims sitting in that vehicle identified? The police officer lied and said he heard RA say it doesn't matter, it's over. Actually, he did, because there's no documentation of it. And Angela posted this morning that quote is incorrect. He said something different, and I'll go get it for you after this by going to Twitter. The girls intentionally captured a man on tape that wasn't a killer walking toward them. Okay, we don't know if they intentionally captured it, but we do know it's the size of an ant, and we don't know if he's the killer. We just know he's BG. Is he the one who says down the hill? We don't know that yet. It could be a second individual nearer the phone microphone.
And that makes more sense, even.
Do we know that be a gun is said? No, we don't know that is said. That is alleged by one of the interpreters of the video. And the confessions are coerced. Yes, They are coerced by a man who was undergoing a psychotic episode. RA looking identical to the man in the video. No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't. Because we can't see the man in the video. And that man in the video was always gauged at being approximately 5'9" by all those who tried to do some calculation using the head rule and the angles of incidence of the camera. So every single point in there was basically an overgeneralization that has been pushed by the state. But they've used that to make a snarky ass post implying that, or he's guilty. Anyhow, that's my example of trolling on a whole other level, which is just the gaslight.
You know, and people are making great points in the chat. Untamable says that Ron Logan was the original Patsy, and that they superimposed Ron Logan walking over the bridge guy. Now, you know, I have said, and I continue to say, when I look at that guy in the video, I see Ron Logan. I've watched him walk. You know, I've seen how he walks with one arm up here in his jacket pocket and the other arm stuck into his jeans. You know, he did used to wear that fanny pack with a gun in it. You know, now I've been told that the gun that he carried in that was a 22 and it was a revolver. You know, so but
sounds right for Ron Logan. No, yeah. I always agreed. Okay, I always had two POIs for Bridge Guy, but I never agreed that Bridge Guy killed the girls. I thought it's unknown whether Bridge Guy killed the girls. All we know is that they filmed a Bridge Guy. But I always thought, to me, Bridge Guy looked like it would either be Mike Patty or Ron Logan. And the thing that got me to believe it was Ron Logan were when you did the side-by-side, there's a video of him walking a dog or something like that. When you look at the video of Ron Logan walking the dog or whatever clip that's on, you compare it to Bridge Guy, I must admit, it's a very near identical match to the walk and to the frame. So I always assumed it could have been, like, I had this conspiracy theory that maybe if it's faked, that someone took a trail cam recording of Ron on his own property, one of his trail cams. Maybe they took the SD card out and they went and they photoshopped it onto the bridge to make it look like it's Ron Logan attacking the girls. That was one of my conspiracy theories early on. I was letting fester in the back of my head. But then I also had this other one, which was maybe it's Mike Patty, because it kind of also maybe sometimes resembles Mike a little. But I still question the relevancy of Bridge Guy video overall to the murders, because I think it's far more likely that the voice that says down the hill is the one who may have abducted the girls. So I'm with that. I don't know about the guy seen in the video.
You know, you're looking at, they say it's 43 seconds of video. People in the courtroom said it was more like 30 seconds.
30 seconds. That's what I heard too.
Yeah. Now, they say 43 seconds of video. Maybe that's because when you look at the video, what I was told is it looks almost like she didn't even know she was recording, because the story has always been, and you know, it's really weird. There have been certain things we've been told about this story over and over and over again, right? How the girls were such good friends. They stuck together till the end, you know, things like that, you know. And one of the lawyers, I think it might've been Andrea, but they made a point that, okay, look, yeah, I'm going to stick with my buddy, but the minute he sticks a knife in my friend's throat, I'm out of there, because I know I'm next.
I'm next. Yeah.
Yeah. And it's like, you know, the whole story has been that, and I've been guilty of pushing it myself because I believed it. I didn't think they faked that. Even when I thought they were trying to frame him, I never believed they faked the video. I do now. And the reason I do, and I owe a lot of people an apology, by the way, but I think that now, because the story has always been Abby's walking on the bridge for her first time ever, and Libby's, you know, video filming her, watching her coming toward her and everything. And then they noticed a guy was walking behind them. So Libby leans to the side a little bit. Remember in that frame, you can see a little bit of black. It's supposed to be the arm of Libby's Abby's jacket. They had to zoom in, past that. And it was like the story was that he was closer, see, and she zoomed in on him a little bit and caught and captured him walking and then turned around, and then he walked up to him and said, guys, and they were like, yeah, what? And she said, down the hill. Okay. Now they're trying to tell us a couple of different things. From what it looks like, he is in the video for not even 1 second. So you're telling me that she thought, oh my God, this creepy guy's following us. I'd better get him on record.
No.
She didn't know she recorded him. They may not have even known he was back there. And she accidentally records him. And then what else do we hear? Okay. These things are supposed to be pretty clear. Okay. We hear Abby say, is he down there? Is who down there? Okay. That doesn't sound like they're saying, is that guy behind me on the bridge? No. It sounds to me like they're saying, is he down there? They're looking for someone. And then you hear Libby say, they're trying to say that Libby says that be a gun. Or they say that she could be saying, could that be a gun? Well, she could also be saying, because she sees a car down on the road coming toward them, she could be saying, could that be his car? And then here comes the car. The guy on the bridge catches up to him because I thought I heard Lawyer Lee say in the last part of the video, bridge guy is right behind Abby. Nobody else says that. They said they didn't see that. There's nothing. The only thing you see is Abby looks like she's running, from the bridge, the last part of the bridge to the ground. But if you've ever been out there, when you get to that point, there's a little gap there, and then there's like a big tie, and it's, she could have just been jumping from one to the other. So.
Well, and I think that was a mistake. Maybe they mean that on the original video, he's far away for 1 second, this tiny, and on the enhanced version, it's like he's right there. Maybe that was just
that's why I said I'm not sure if I heard it right. I'm not sure who I heard say it, but I thought that's what they were saying. But yeah, what you said does make sense.
Yeah, maybe it's some misunderstanding.
Yeah, but it seems to me that they just caught him just incidentally as they were moving the phone, and then
that's what I think. So this whole thing, like, look, this is not an attack on the girls, but it's as if there's been this whole thing to make a hero out of Libby. Like with the whole, she fought like hell. She stuck by Abby when she didn't have to. She was brave enough and smart enough to get BG on the phone. Like, what if all of that's just another narrative spinning point to look at her and put her on a pedestal and make it like, think about that instead of thinking about the unexpected, which is maybe she accidentally caught someone because he wasn't even a threat. And maybe it's, she expected who that person was. Maybe it's the person behind her. Maybe that's who they're wondering, is he down there? I mean, there's too many unknowns. And that's why I almost say you got to wipe the slate or you got to wipe clean the whiteboard off and say, look, we don't know any of this shit. Like basically everything law enforcement has handed us and the family all these years, we got to kind of just drop it and start over and start from where they're found, start from where they're found, look at the reactions and the statements of the family and law enforcement ever since then, and try to figure out who saw them last in real life.
Now, also, somebody asked in the chat, could Mike have been being sarcastic when he said you proved your worth? No, because go into, now I hate to torture you guys, but if you can stand it, make it fun. Go into a Frank Meister live stream and take a drink every time he mentions Becky or Mike or Kelsey, but people said Tara German has been in his chats a lot and she's been giving him super chats and stuff. I mean, that's money coming directly from the family going to Frank. You know, there are certain people right now that are their only job is to push the narrative. And they're not doing it now to influence the jury. The jury's been chosen. They're not hearing any of it. You know, they are sequestered. Everything they're consuming right now, as far as news and everything, they don't even get to read a newspaper. And if they're watching news, it's recorded, and anything about Delphi has been deleted from it. So they sit down and what they usually do is when they need something to do, they watch movies. You know, so they have not. You know, the jury is not going to be influenced by what these people are doing. So why are they still doing it? Even in the face of the fact that any logical thinking person, I have had people that come into my channel that are logical thinking people, they believed that Richard Allen was the killer. Okay. After this week, they either don't believe he is or they got some doubts, because whether you know it, whether you'll admit it or not. Okay. Those, that this past week has been horrible for the state. Horrible.
Horrible.
And they only have one more thing left to come out with, and that's the confessions. And that, I believe, is the weakest part of their case, not the strongest part.
Yeah, and wait till the defense puts Manakawala on the stand and talks about his actual condition during those confessions, which was May, June, July, or maybe even April, May, end of April to beginning of July. She talks very openly about his mental state and also what else was happening physically with him. So,
yeah, there's always been a strong focus on Libby, and it's always been to make her the hero of the story. We hear, oh well, Libby wanted to be she wanted to be a crime technician or whatever. She wanted to get into crime and everything, and she was like solving her own murder by, that's good TV, isn't it? But it's not what happened. As a matter of fact, everybody that knows Libby says that Libby wanted to be a vet, not anything to do with crime.
Yeah, and this is not to beat up on the victims. It's just to say that where are all these talking points coming from for all these years?
And here's what I will say what I feel about this case, and I will find, any evidence I can find, I will put it out there and everything, and I will not, rest until I think I've found the truth. But I'm never going to give into this stupid narrative shit, and the reason being that these two girls, okay, I don't care what they were there for. I don't care if they were there to meet a bunch of college guys and have a kegger and cocaine party. Okay. I don't care what they were there for. Nothing these two girls could have done in their life led them to deserve being killed.
No, I mean, nothing.
Have something like this happen to them. They are victims upon, beyond victims. It's unthinkable what happened to them, and it's not their fault, not a bit of it. So no, I don't look at them in any way and blame them for any of this. I've heard people say that they feel like Anna Williams blames herself because of her past or whatever. I don't care about her past. She isn't at fault here. She didn't do this. She's not to blame for this. It's just amazing, that they, like I said, I think they underestimated me to the point where they thought if they were feeding me information, I would like it enough and want to get those clicks and everything, and I would just go along with it. But no,
they thought you were easy to play. That's why they tried to send you these crime scene pics to get you trapped in a situation. Like they thought you would take them and literally publish them on your show. That's what I think they were thinking. Yeah. And that tells you that there's something going on. But see, I want to say this. What's funny about this past week is the witness testimony, especially from Betsy Blair and Rayleigh Voorhees. It was so compelling to me that it's even changed my mind, because You see, we all are smart individuals here. We have the capacity to take in information, process it, and change. And so something that changed with me was I was open to the possibility that Richard Allen was Bridge Guy. Okay, because I thought, I don't know. I've never seen the whole damn thing. I don't know what he says. You know, I had no clue if he was Bridge Guy or not. So I left it as a possibility. But what I'm saying now is after hearing or reading about Betsy Blair's and Rayleigh Voorhees' description of who they saw, which is a figure who I believe to be Bridge Guy, it's absolutely impossible because they both describe him as very muscular and large and tall and strong with a square jaw. One of them says, Rayleigh, I believe, says square jaw. So when you put all that together and you talk to someone who's physically been in the same, personal space as Richard Allen, it's absolute impossibility because Richard Allen is a tiny little guy, a shrimpy little man, and a meek little man. This guy that these two girls witnessed was a muscular frame, big ass, 5'10" or taller, square jaw, big guy. Okay. So that immediately tells me they didn't see Richard Allen. And it leads me to believe I would describe the figure that I see as Bridge Guy more like what they are describing, a big ass dude, not a little tiny guy. So
Yeah.
My mind has changed to that. I'm now definitive. Richard Allen is not Bridge Guy, no matter what. And so that's progress for me. I'm glad to know it.
You know, and a lot of people are saying things like, well, he wouldn't have said the thing about, well, that can't be me if it was taken with the girl's camera, you know, or if, you know, it's not me if it was taken with that girl's camera. Well, yeah, he was saying, you know, they were saying that's you in the picture. And he was saying, it can't be me if you're saying that girl took that picture because I wasn't there at the time she was, you know, and, you know, they change it. They want to make it, you know, with their story. They want to make it fit to their story. So
I believe real evidence exposes powerful people doing bad things, probably unrelated to the actual murders. Well, yeah, I believe that's where we're getting into Jalen Rain and the club and the sheriffs and the judges and the big guys and Greeno, possibly these type of people. If you go into this area of this whole crime, maybe we're able to start imagining how this could be covered up to the extent it's been covered up.
Look at it this way. Whatever they're covering up is at least as bad as what they're using to cover it up with. They're using the murder of two children. They're covering, you know, what's going to be worse than what happened to those girls? Something is, because they would rather let that go unsolved than reveal what they're covering up.
Great point. Great point. I wish you'd say that again. That's a point I haven't made. Like, I've said that why I say the police must be involved in some way to try to cover up. Because why would a police cover up for a family? But the way you put it is even better. That please say it again. I can't even repeat it as.
Okay. We are looking at a murder of two girls. There's nothing on earth that could be any worse than this. I mean, two little girls butchered, you know, for no reason that we know of. So what they are covering up is at least as terrible as that, because they would rather let this crime go unsolved and not get the people that did it than reveal what they're covering up, because what they're covering up is worse than this.
It's bigger. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Somebody made a comment and said, "Oh my God, I'll bet you're Trumpers too." Are they? If they're talking to us, I think Prof might be, but I'm not.
We don't care about that. That has nothing to do with Delphi murders and the dirty ass cops of Carroll County and Indiana State Police.
I mean, yes, we probably are very different people, but we are too smart to fall for this stupid shit. So we put our differences aside to join together and find out what the hell happened here, because the cops aren't going to, and Anya and Kevin damn sure aren't going to, you know. So
yeah, this is, I can't do anything to affect international politics or stop bombs from dropping in the Middle East. But one thing I can do is affect this conversation right here by participating in it and showing you guys the things that have been important to me. That's what my channel has been about. It's like, I have this that I'm holding. I would be an asshole to keep it to myself.
Yeah.
So it's my obligation to share it with the world and let you guys do what you will with it. That's why I just keep putting it out.
When after, shortly after my wife moved out and everything, and, the whole thing about, people say that I lost my house and I lost my wife and all that. None of that happened. What happened was I thought I was going to lose my house and I didn't know what I was going to do. So I thought I was going to have to be living in my car. But what happened was my wife works for a courthouse. And, it's not Carroll County. It has nothing to do with Carroll County. She couldn't get anything from Carroll County, but people started saying she was getting secret Delphi information and passing it to me. So they were saying, things about her, saying that, one particular YouTuber was encouraging people to go to her place of employment and confront her. And when in reality, the secret stuff I was getting was coming from Mark Robert Cohen, not from my wife. And I was, they say, well, I lost my wife. No, we got to the point where I was told my wife and people, if you want to say it's a conspiracy theory, I have presented the receipts. I put on my Facebook page, on my YouTube channel, I put the letter that my wife got from her boss. And her boss told her, basically, your husband has to take down anything that he has up with your name in it about Delphi. And they said that she had been there for 30 years and it would be really, It would be a shame if something her husband said or did on his YouTube channel compromised her employment. In other words,
we're going to
fire her unless I gave in and took down my stuff. Now, people say, well, you could just take down the stuff that she was in. Well, the thing is, she was in pretty much because it wasn't just her face being here or her talking. It was if anybody mentioned her name in the chat. And believe me, people love my wife. When she would, when I would be live, they would always say, oh, say hi to Laura for me. Okay, well, I got to take that down now because they said her name. That's what they were telling me. And I proved it. I put the receipts out there. And I wanted to sue him. My wife didn't. So I told her, we can't go on like this, So she moved out. We are not divorced. We are not separated. She spent the night here last night. We spend a lot of time together. She lives in one place. I live here. Now, the reason I thought I was going to lose the house is because I couldn't afford it on my own. I was doing YouTube. That was one of my jobs. The other job, I was working 3 nights a week as a bouncer at a pub. And yes, I was a bouncer, not a dishwasher. And I would make, probably on a good weekend, I could make about $450, wasn't bad, but this house is expensive. It's in Beech Grove. It's in a good area of Beech Grove. So it's, the rents here are going up, 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 we had just gotten a new car, so we're making payments on that and things, and I couldn't pay all that. So I thought, okay, well, I'm going to have to move out. But what happened was we, made a deal between my wife and the landlady and all that. And, that's how I got to stay. And I'm in the same house, but, so I didn't lose my house, didn't lose my wife. Hard Candy says your wife killed it on the intro track. I honestly thought it was a professional musician. Well, she is a professional musician. That song comes from a Soundsmith song called Ghosts of Avalon. It's on their second album. Can't remember what the name of it is right now, but yeah, that comes from that album. She recorded 2 albums with them, and she gets paid to play all over town. So do I. So I'm a professional musician, but not like, I don't like put on concerts at the Meadowlands or anything. But
Someone was saying, I lost the damn comment because there's so many, but someone was just saying like, their mind can be changed and they can learn and they can and change ideas. So, and yeah, that was my point of bringing all that up is I initially, okay, I'll bring it all the way back. When Richard Allen was arrested, I've said many times before, or at least 3, that morning or afternoon, whenever it was, I don't remember what time of day. I remember what I was doing, which I was doing my favorite activity other than, man-woman activity. I was in the bed with the remote, very comfy, and I was flipping channels on the YouTubes. And as I'm flipping channels on the YouTubes, I came across one that says, it was in the news feed, and it said, Delphi murder suspect arrested. I clicked on the video and I watched it, and it was showing that Richard Allen had been arrested, and it was showing that the press conference had just been done. I didn't even see it live, but they were showing clips from the press conference. I mean, I'm serious. I did one of these, like, rip the sheets off, jump out of bed without touching the ground. I immediately, I was like, what the hell? So I started scrambling, and I grabbed the phone, and I started, I went into elation mode because I was like, oh my God, they finally,
yeah,
that's where I started.
Yeah.
That's where I started. Yeah. So, and I've learned so much that I've come all the way back to, I believe he's about to be acquitted.
I do. Yeah. I didn't want to forget about Captain Howdy. I saw somebody ask about Captain Howdy. He just recently had, within the past year, he's had a baby and everything. Well, he didn't have it. His wife did. She did all the work. But they're basically doing a lot of family stuff right now. So that's why he has put a lot of videos out. I do know he feels really bad about some of the things he said about Tony Klein. And, I've told him before, dude, you didn't say anything any worse than anybody else did, And I think right now, the last time I talked to him, I think he was still leaning that he thought Richard Allen was guilty, but that was before the trial started. And one thing I can say about Cap, I almost said his real name. He's very private. One thing I can say about Cap is he is very conscientious. And if this past week has convinced him, he would say it. So he might just be waiting for the trial to go, and then what happens. But he's a good guy. He really is. Captain Howdy. He's a very good guy. I feel fortunate to have known him behind the mask because he's a good dude.
Yeah. I don't know him, but look, this says it's horrifying that you can be tried and treated this way with less than even good substantial evidence. And that is the reason that we're here discussing this trial, because we believe that this trial, that this case about Libby and Abby is beyond Rick Allen. But still, we discuss this trial against Rick Allen because this is a point, due process. That man was thrown into prison, into solitary confinement for how long? Forcibly medicated, lost his mind, lost his shit, ate his shit. Is lucky to be alive.
And, I hear people like Frank Meister and some of these other guys, well, if I was not guilty and I hadn't killed 2 girls, there is nothing in the world they could do to me that would make me say that to my mother and my wife. Oh, bull. They come up to you and just make a suggestion that they were going to like pull your eyelashes out or something. And you'd be like, I did it. It's this guy. The reason, and oh, what a coincidence, the reason I stopped driving Frank Meister around, because he can't drive, he's got to have somebody drive him. And I was taking him to all this stuff. The reason I stopped driving him around is because I can't stand to listen to him. He talks about himself so much. Everything he says is about how great he is, how great his channel is, how his channel's growing, how so many people, listen to him, and all these important people that he knows. And it's just like, shut the F up, man. Just get the, Criminal Network, that can't be the Criminal Network, can it? Or is he being sarcastic?
He's being sarcastic, I think. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because he said earlier that no one knew about motive until the Franks memo.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh,
and somebody
through this chat, it's so hard to keep up with them because I don't like missing many. I like to put as many as possible onto the screen. I want you guys in the chat to know that. I try to put your comments on the screen, but there's so many I have to filter through.
I was hoping you hadn't been hacked, Criminal Network, because I thought Criminal Network's always right on, man. He's always 100.
This is a good point, Lisa Shelton. Thank you for making this point. I mean, I think there's going to be some kind of law in the future probably named after him because of this. Wow, imagine that.
Like not letting him use the Reed technique, maybe?
Yeah, like the
Richard Allen law.
The Allen law. Yeah, like you can't use the Reed technique, and you can't put a pretrial detainee in a max security prison and in solitary. Yeah, I mean, we have to have some rights, because I've said many times with Rick Allen, imagine if it was your son or your mother. What if it's your 86-year-old mother who's arrested and accused of this? Rick Allen's lucky to have made it this far. I was sure he wouldn't make it this far, and I'm actually surprised that he's made it this far.
I am too.
There needs to be a law. And that's like, bringing it back to Andrea, that's why she was upset yesterday, because she is particularly sensitive to this type of thing. And we all have our sensitivities. For instance, mine is family killing their own. Okay. I've always hated it. Rick's probably got his own deal, Like, what do you think is your number one sensitivity, Rick, as far as what upsets you that would be relevant to this?
I can't stand a bully. I hate a bully.
So he hates bullies.
People always call me a bully, but you know who I bully? I bully the bullies. There's a reason that, I'm big like I am. I used to be a puny little guy, and I got bullied a lot. So when I had the opportunity, I built myself up. I took various different, classes and stuff on, now get away. You're messing with my lights. I learned a lot of different, techniques and defensive things. And, I've worked defensive jobs for years, bouncing and stuff like that, because I promised myself I wasn't going to be bullied anymore. So the people I bully on YouTube are people that are bullying someone else, like, right now, these people that were, that did this stuff to Kathy. I mean, I can't stand the liars anyway, but, the bullies. And right now, the biggest bully in the world right now to me is Fran Gall.
Yeah, that I was going to say, right now, she's the biggest. And I made that analogy last night to someone. I said, listen, it's like being on the playground, and, she's like that last bully. She's like the biggest, baddest bully on the playground. You never really interact with that biggest, baddest. Usually you deal with the little peon bullies. But every once in a while, the big dog, he got to get up off the bench and come and put his chest in your face. And that's Fran Gall. She's the last line of defense that's trying this. And she's going to lose, because like someone mentioned earlier, I missed it from putting on the screen. Someone said that they're fucked because the eyes of the world are on this case and they're opening up. And that's the bottom line. They drew too much attention to this.
I ate a lot of wings and stuff during the game, and you just talked about Fran Gall putting her chest in your face.
Oh, I didn't mean to. I'm picturing her more as a man.
You know what I always say, man? Fran Gall, Frigid Franny, the woman who with a heart
Franny,
so cold, she makes Lady Macbeth look like the hot tour girl.
yeah, that's my favorite term for her is the one you've coined, frigid Franny. It encapsulates her perfectly. Look at her face. I mean, look at her.
Oh, I love how Andrea described when Andrea described the look. I was just dying because I knew the look. Here's the look, everybody. If you heard Andrea describe how she sighs and throws her head back and looks down her nose at the whole court, here's the look. Ready? That's the look.
Oh, makes you want to punch her in the mouth. But Jerry Holman too. She did that.
Everybody's going to be saying that
Jerry Holman very well.
Woman.
The douchebag fucking smile, you know.
Yeah, they're gonna send this to Jerry Holman and say you threatened Fran Gall.
I don't care anymore. How many times have I been reported to FBI for fighting the troll farm? Come on.
You're gonna punch her all the way from Colorado, dude.
Yeah.
You're that guy from the Fantastic Four.
I was on some serious meds in the hospital, and somewhere between Jacob's Ladder and the Matrix, I was told I was talking about wild fictional nonsense. Under suggestion, it would be easy. Well, hey, I'm glad you meant this is a point I wanted to bring up. How many of you saw the replication of the note that he had written saying he wants to speak with Gallipo? Okay. If you have ever seen first grader handwriting, that's literally what it was. I taught first graders for many years of my early career. Okay. First grader handwriting, they write exactly like that. So you got to tell me what can cause Rick Allen to revert back to first grade handwriting and tell me those confessions mean anything.
Oh, but he was faking it, Prof.
Sure. Is my wife alive? Is my wife okay? Is my family alive?
And remember, before he had even seen the discovery, the Odinists are going to kill my family.
Yeah. Oh, remember. Yeah. Who's doing this, Rick? The guys with the Odin patches before he knew. That's why. And another thing, people, I always try to hammer in. When did the leaks occur? After Frank's memo. When did they attack Meow? After Frank's memo. But sure, it's a nothing burger.
Yeah, this is a real nasty case here.
What are you saying, Sean? So Sean is alleging, I don't know if you see this one. I know why he made it because of something I sent him while he was in Westville. What'd you send him? Was it good?
Yeah, because they didn't give him. They wouldn't give him anything really. I don't think.
You mean the Bible? Did you send him a Bible? I know that's probably. I know here in Colorado you can't send a damn thing. You send zero into the jails. You have to buy everything on the commissary. So I wonder how Indiana is if you can send in physical items.
Noodles. Where is Meow these days? Meow is basically, I don't want to say in hiding. She just doesn't want to put herself out there to be a target anymore.
Yeah, like a lot of people. Oh, you went to Wabash and gave him a Bible? Or you sent him a Bible to Westville and visited him in Wabash. Interesting, Sean. I assume that might have been what you're talking about. I know that's interesting because here I couldn't bring my son a Bible when he was in the county jail.
Yeah, it was. It's strange to me. For me, the whole thing, the change, I don't know when it happened, but I knew there was something, and oddly enough, it was that day I got kicked out of court because I was outside, and at the Allen County Courthouse, guys, when you walked in, it's this big courtroom, and then in the back there's these doors. When the hearing starts or whatever, they close the doors, And if you are not inside those doors, when they close, you don't get in until that whatever witness is done testifying. And if you get up and leave, you have to wait to get back in. Well, I had to go to the bathroom, so I got up and I went use the bathroom. When I came back, I had to wait outside the doors to get back in. While I was waiting, Kathy Clendening came up and started talking to me. Now, for those of you who don't know who Kathy Clendening is, about a year ago, she was the prominent voice, along with Meow Zedong, talking about the Flora fire. And I had her on my channel a couple of times on a panel with Meow and everybody else. And we talked about Flora. I had 2 panels about Flora. And during those panels, Kathy talked about all the corruption in Flora, all the corruption that was involved with the Flora fire, how it is probably connected to the Delphi murders, how it is probably connected to the death of Stephanie Thompson over in White County, because she was the polygrapher who polygraphed everyone in the Flora investigation. And she also happened to be the one that polygraphed the people from Rushville and Amber Holder, Brad's wife. Now, she ended up dying in a fire. Kathy hinted that was probably connected, that Flora was connected to Delphi, that there was all this corruption. And she was known for that. Everybody knew she was big on that. You could go to her and she knew all about it. Well, that day in the courtroom, back in March, they're having the hearing on contempt for the lawyers. And that's the one that they didn't want me to testify in. So I'm sitting outside waiting to get back in the courtroom. And here comes Kathy Clendening. And she sits down and she starts to try to convince me that she had been wrong, that I was wrong, that Rick Allen was the guy, that she had seen the evidence and they had enough to convict him, that he definitely was the guy that did it. And there is no corruption involved. Nobody's trying to lie. Nobody's trying to hide anything. And I said, well, what about Flora? Are you saying that Flora's not connected to Delphi anymore? And she said, it's not, Rick. It's not. I know. She goes, I thought it was, but no, it's not. It's not connected. And I said, oh, okay. So then what about the corruption in Flora then? I said, you're telling me there's no corruption in Delphi. What about Flora? She goes, no, I was wrong. I said, you're telling me now you were wrong about the corruption in Flora. Yeah. And she goes, Rick, you got to understand, Jesse Snyder and all that was a long time ago. And I said, it's still the same cast of characters, still the same people.
So who got in her ear?
Mm-hmm.
I know who she was talking to. I mean, it's the same ones you'd assume, the Troll Farm Executive Committee.
Yeah. People tell me Jinx got into her, Jinx got into her head, put a little earwig in, But you want to know something? And people thought, well, why did I, make friends with Jinx? I never made friends with that nasty bitch. I let her come into my circle so I could keep an eye on her, and I watched her and I kept an eye on her, and I had spies following her around, and I got a lot from all that. I did. I got a lot from that. And I shared some of it with you. I've, the stuff I got from, also from Thomas Frost, but he fooled me. I didn't know he was a snake. But Jinx, I knew from day one. I mean, how do you spend 5 minutes around this woman and not know she's a snake? I mean, she has deception just oozing out of her pores.
Well, I had someone in the courthouse. I think it was the first or second day of trial. I'll go ahead and say this now. I haven't said it yet, but it's someone you all know. I'm not going to mention her name, but she says she was in the courthouse. Jinx comes walking by and says, trash, and keeps on.
I know who you're talking about.
Yeah. Now, someone in the chat said, I want to send Kathy flowers. Please do. Maybe you can message Rick on his channel or email, delphiafterdark@gmail.com, I believe.
Yeah. I think I'm going there one day this week, and when I go, I'm probably going to have lunch with Kathy. So I'll see if I
Please
can
send her
find out.
flowers. I'm sure she would love it.
Yeah, if there's some way that if you get with me and I know when I'm going and you send them to me, I can take them to her, or I can find out from her, somewhere where they can be sent that she could get them.
Yeah, please
So,
send her flowers.
yeah.
I'm sure it would touch her heart. I have determined that she's a fine lady. Okay. So I'd love for you to send her flowers. That would make my heart happy. Gaslight You, thank you for the super chat. That's very sweet of you. And I always love your comments around my channel.
Jay Marsh had asked if the production of meth increased relatively since Breaking Bad. It might have at first, but now most of your meth is coming from Mexico because there aren't any what do you call restrictions on the amount of pseudo they can buy. They're also making that Breaking Bad style meth that they ended up making, the biker meth with they don't need pseudo anymore for some of it. But yeah, so right now I think most of your meth is coming. I mean, there's still some being produced around here, but I think most of it's coming from Mexico, and that's where you're getting. There's a cartel that's bringing a lot of that in.
I've talked to a cartel former member, and he said, "Prof, it's 55-gallon drums of meth coming in. It's not like no packages. It's 55-gallon drums, ladies and gentlemen. That's why it's backed off." Yeah, Meow. I mean, basically, listen. Meow got played, and she got scared off like everyone else because they aim to ruin your life or make you kill thyself. Do you understand? If you don't, you will in the future. We'll publish it. They aim to make you unalive yourself.
And they swarm. They like, for example, my one of my mods, Heather Brown, she had a Discord server, and I'm guessing she started it up right about the time that I opened up the Delphi After Dark, and then she spends all her time there, so she's never really done anything with her server. Well, the troll farm found it, and they realized I was in there, so they all came in. There's like, when I say all, there's probably about 7 or 8 of them that all hang together, but they have like several different profiles, and then they have like maybe 5 or 6 people that are kind of like not really full-fledged troll farm members, but they like to hang out with them. I equate them to if you remember Back to the Future, the troll farm is Biff, and these guys are like the little guys that hang around behind Biff and go, "Hey, what's up with the life preserver? The pork thinks he's gonna drown," stuff like that. But yeah, they invaded her server, and they all just started swarming in there, and and just piling on me and everything, and just talking about my wife, and saying I don't have a job, and saying I live at my parents' house, and thank you for thinking I'm young enough that I could live with my parents, but both of my parents are dead. But yeah, it's just, ridiculous. They swarm, and they don't, they make up stuff. They, just all repeat it. They'll make up stuff, and then they'll, like, one of them will say, like, yeah, Snay sleeps on his mom's couch. Oh yeah, Snay sleeps on his mom's couch. And then they all act like it's true, and yeah, they swarm. They try to, get you to the point where you are just ready to just give up,
Truth Seeker says, Kathy cried when I told her we were all behind her and Rick and gave her names of YouTubers to watch. And they appreciate us all, Prof. Well, that's nice, Truth Seeker. I didn't know you did that. So thank you. And I just say, God bless Kathy Allen, because even if Rick is involved in any way, it doesn't mean that she's a bad person. She's a victim in all of this, just like anyone else. There's a whole bunch of victims around this case, and the public will be finding out about it as time goes on.
The funny thing is, I've gotten to know Kathy, and Now I've gotten to know Rick through Kathy. And it's not, I mean, he's nothing like what you would think. You know, it's like I try to tell people about Tony Klein. You see pictures of Tony Klein and you would think that he's this mean, you know, because he's big and he's got the, you know, square haircut, you know, that mean grin and everything. But he's a teddy bear. He really is. He's been violent and mean in his past, but he's way past that now. He's a different man, and he just, you know, he's just a big teddy bear. He's just a nice guy. And he would never even dream of killing somebody, you know. And,
you know the impression. I'm sorry.
Well, people, I just wanted to say that people that say that Kathy had anything to do with it or knew he was guilty or anything like that, it just makes me sick, because no, she's not like that. She doesn't have an ounce of that in her.
Geez, I forgot what I was going to say.
Oh, sorry about that.
It was nothing. Something about someone's comment here, but oh no, about your comment. You were saying about Rick. Here's what I gauge from Rick. He seems like a generally nice dude. I mean, I noticed a pattern here. It's always focusing back to his wife and his daughter. Like, for instance, he's worried about Kathy telling her, if you just get a lawyer, they'll let you go or whatever when they're
right.
Okay. And then he's talking to his lawyers in Westville, and he's asking, is my wife okay? You know, he's always reflecting back to concern to protect his wife and his daughter. And that's what you expect of any father, isn't it? Any husband, any man. Seems like generally good qualities. And I don't know him at all. He could be an asshole. But why is it that of anything you hear coming out of him, as this is being told, like 98% of what I've heard that are words of his are always focusing on his wife or his daughter. It's never about him. I mean, kind of a sign. All right. Looks like Rick has to walk his dogs. Let's see. We got any more chat? We'll be winding it down soon, guys. So let's see. They were on heroin now. Yeah, well, that's something else that the same. Okay, a lot of the meth dealers, they added heroin. They transitioned to heroin. Okay, so I've learned that myself. Another person I've spoken to from the area who was a dealer, they say, they after a while they went on to heroin or not using, dealing. They added heroin to the lineup, and that became more of a thing. Maybe there's more of a profit. I don't know. Okay. They probably threatened to off his family, so he did what they wanted. Kathy, we support you and personally feel Rick is NG, not guilty until I hear definitive evidence. He is innocent until proven guilty. Well, I got to admit the same thing. Like the longer I've watched this and the more I've waited for evidence from the state to come across, the less evidence from the state I've seen. There's zero evidence so far. And you'll never convince me that bullet, I've said it on my last stream, I know guns. That ain't the way it works. Okay? It ain't the way it works. You don't match fired cartridges to unspent rounds. It doesn't. That's not how it works. It's not how it works. So the gun's nothing to me. The confessions, after I read the notes of Monica Walla's testimony, the confessions are nothing to me. So now they've got nothing. He's not bridge guy. The round is bullshit science. They've got confessions that were coerced after abuse and mental torture. And basically, he was waterboarded mentally, basically, and medicated. So they got nothing. Anyway. And understand, I initially believed he was guilty as charged. I thought that he was the person that took charge of the two girls initially. Remember, he was initially charged as kidnapping. I thought that's what he actually did, that he took the girls. And then I thought Garrett Kurtz took the girls from him and went kill them. Well, now eliminate Rick from that scenario. Now I think he didn't kidnap the girls, but someone else did, and Garrett Kurtz took them and killed them. But that's my theory. Everyone has their own. Okay. Welcome back, Rick.
Yeah. I'm going to have to get going here soon because they're wanting to take a walk, and they're not going to take just opening the back door.
Me too. Me too. Yeah.
Yeah, that fentanyl is getting fierce, and a lot of that's coming from the Mexican border too. But you can just can't you just order that from China? Like, that's what I've heard. You can just order fentanyl from China.
Probably so, man. There's an interesting YouTube channel that's in Arizona, and they cover a lot of the arrests and shit in Phoenix, in that area, and it's methy. It's real methy, and the thing about it, it's so methy that the meth heads turn to the fent perks because they're cheaper. So a lot of the meth heads have transitioned to fent perk heads, and that's where people die.
Yeah,
so it's real bad. So I know there's a lot of that fent perk coming across the border, but yeah, I don't know, man. I love, God bless me. Like, I've been so lucky that I was never tied up in that shit, you know?
Yeah, it's oh, well, I guess it's out now, but people are talking about it. Rick's mom fell at the courthouse. Happened the other day. She's fine, you know, but she did. I was told there was a lot of blood, so she must have like hit something, like her nose or something, or her lips or something.
Poor thing.
But
imagine what that's done to her. Imagine what it's done to her. Like, can you imagine an old lady?
Yeah, it's just terrible.
How many years has this been going on? This is not the quick hand of justice and a speedy trial. Okay, this is 2 years of torture, of literal waterboarding a citizen of the United States of America. And any of you, it could be any of you or any of your loved ones. And that's why we do this right here.
Yeah, that's what, you know, I've told people before, man, you know, they ask, they're like, you know, why do you do it? You know, I mean, if it's causing a problem with your wife, or if, you know, why you do it, it's because it could be you, it could be me, it could be my son tomorrow. They could do this to anybody. You know, we have, and what really pisses me off, one of the biggest things that I'm pissed off about now is, where the hell is the media? The media is not supposed to be doing this. They are not supposed to be. They're sitting up there. Gull actually had the nerve to tell people when they couldn't hear that, well, there's a reason that the credentialed media is sitting up here in front. You know, they will get the stuff and then they'll pass it on to you. Okay, so she gets to pick who passes the message on, who puts the narrative out there, just like they've been doing from day one. Nah, don't work that way, Franny. I get to hear it. I get to hear it. You don't get to decide. And that's why she's going to be in big trouble, because I think there are going to be a lot of people suing her about not letting access to the public. You know, she is one of the people that piloted cameras in Indiana courtrooms. She would speak out about how much we needed to have cameras in Indiana courtrooms. And then she says, in the most important trial in Indiana in decades, she says, nah, we're not going to have cameras.
The number one trial, you should have those cameras in there, because this ain't little Dick robbing a liquor store around the corner.
Nope.
Okay. This is worldwide implications and concern. And you're such a fucking bitch. You're going to try to block that, and you think there won't be accountability? Sorry. That's not how it works.
Yeah, if you guys want to know stuff about the background and the history involvement, like of people like Garrett Kurtz and stuff like that, yeah, I personally still believe the Vinlanders did this. I don't know why they did it, but I think Garrett Kurtz is involved in why they did it. But, you know, it could very well be Garrett Kurtz. But if you guys want to hear some really interesting stuff, make sure you tune in when Matt Sullivan sits with Prof, because if you watch my interview with Matt Sullivan this past week, he goes into some of it. But see, Prof has been on that stuff a lot longer than me. And when him and Matt get together, I can't wait to see it, man. Have you got it scheduled yet?
Yeah, soon, but not a date. But it's going to be soon. The thing that astonishes me is that, see, we are all coming from different places, different angles. But the fact that we're all landing in the same place, it kind of tells you something. And Matt, I mean, we're basically same page, and I don't even know how he got there. I know how I got there. What I believe is we're looking at all of the above. It's all of the above. It's these Vinlander types with the meth head Garrett Kurtz crew and some of the Kokomo Megan Allen people.
Yep.
Basically it's the entire criminal fucking element of Carroll County was there that night. They did that to those girls. They've always been pointed at, but somehow Unified Command goes snatch up Rick Allen, and he's supposed to be the one.
You know what I found funny the other day? I thought about this, because Andrea talked about, she said to her, it just occurred to her yesterday that it makes a lot more sense for Bridge Guy, or, the person, not Bridge Guy, but the person that kidnapped them, to have come up from behind them and crossed and turned around and came back, because that would prompt them to turn the camera on. But I don't think that's, that used to be my theory. But now that I know that you can barely see him in there, I don't think they turned the camera on to record him. So, that's one way where, you think things and they change as you go along, and it's weird because think about this. I just thought about this. Okay. We've been told ever since day one, okay, yeah, they were out on these trails. They were by themselves and they went across this great big long bridge. Yeah, it's a dangerous bridge. It's secluded. It's high up. But all the kids there do that. How many people were there that day and how many people crossed the bridge? All the people I hear about were on the other side and did not cross it. You had the 4 girls, Bree and all them. They didn't cross the bridge.
Well, it was interesting that I think it was Cromley earlier. He might say if it was him or not, but someone a couple hours ago in this chat said, I'm not even worried about the damn bridge because it was everyone. Those girls were not found on the bridge. It was everyone under the bridge or on the ground. Everyone on land was those girls were found on ground. We know there were people under the bridge. Under the bridge was a thing. That's where the meth was cooked. Ron Logan's was a thing. That's where the meth was cooked. I mean, starting to seem like the bridge is bullshit.
Yeah.
But, we were fed a line of BS for years, and everyone snorted it right on up and ran with it.
What are you looking at?
Well, Rick, who you got there? Who is that, a kitty?
Yeah, this is Ellie. She runs the house, basically.
Holman wanted to be the hero. He waited until Unified Command weren't. Yeah, well, he thought he was the hero yesterday, but he got his ass handed to him. And there's going to be a whole lot more of that because Andy Baldwin ain't taking no prisoners. And I'm promising you guys, just wait.
Oh, yeah. I think from what we know that we have discovered in looking into this, when the defense starts getting into their story, I think people are going to they're going to have a hard time believing it. It's going to be very dark, and it's going to be, you're going to learn a lot about small town Midwest America. And it's not going to be
popcorn in your seatbelts. And
well, I'll tell you what, I better get going because I got to get them out and walk them. But
thank you.
Hey, man, thanks for having me on, man.
Yes, good surprise. Good to see you. Love you. Cheers.
All right, man. I'll be looking forward to watching you and Matt.
Me too. I'm hyped for that. All right.
All right. Bye, everybody.
Everyone, please see Rick Snay out. Please tell him thank you. Awesome Rick Snay right there. Awesome. Well, guys, look, it's it's pretty much the end. I think that's pretty much it. We should call it a night. I got a good rant off. It was amazing to have Rick here. The chat has been amazing. I always do appreciate you guys going back and forth. Yeah, On the Bridge has not been proven. Neither has BG. Neither has the 13th or the 14th. We don't know a thing about this. Okay, we don't. And I'm sure the trolls will clip that and make it a thing. Look, we don't. Because what do we know when all we've ever been handed is a basket full of lies? Who would lie about their own family being brutally murdered and left in the woods like that? What law enforcement would lie about citizens of their own community, little girls being brutally murdered and left in the woods like that? It's horrible. But yeah, I think that the good thing is that we have a lot to look forward to, because the defense is going to be presenting a case, which means we get some disclosure. Okay. And hey, we don't care who goes to prison that was involved in this. We want every single person involved in the crime and in the cover-up to be held accountable. And whoever that means, it's fine with me. If I was Baldwin, I would make Nick object to every single fucking question in front of the jury. Questions the jury wants answered, and Nick will be blocking. Yes. And you know what? Our insane, unhinged, corrupt judge is going to sustain every objection of Nick. But that's okay. The jury can see exactly what you and I can see. It won't be missed on them. It won't. What has already transpired has not been missed by the jury. So that's it. Hey, listen, please support the channel. I need your super chats, your buy me a coffees, your cash apps, and all the support. It helps me keep going. It helps me push through on the days I don't want to address this tidal wave of BS. But please support the channel. And also, if you're on the replay, please, please, please leave comments down below, because when you leave a comment below, it keeps the discussion going, and we need that so much, because this discussion needs to be had. That's why we're here. And as you can see, the chat has done an amazing job this week and tonight of discussing this. And trust me, as this moves forward, there's going to be a whole lot more discussion. Okay. This needs discussing, because what they have tried to do here is bury the real story. And they're trying to do it by putting someone in a life sentence, possibly more, who they don't even have adequate evidence of. And that should be proven to you by now. Like I said, the prosecution is presenting their case in Maine, and it's nothing. It's basically establishing a case for the defense. So we need to understand that we can't stop talking about it yet. We need to be talking about it more than ever right now and continuing. So please do. And those in the live did a great job tonight. And if you're on the replay, you can do a great job by letting us know your thoughts here. Don't keep it to yourself. Don't be afraid to speak. Make a fake account if you have to do that to protect your face and name. And let your voice be heard. Okay, it's important right now. But thank you to everyone who was here. And please, like I said, I want to say thank you for seeing Rick out and telling Rick thank you. Please, thank you. Yes. Appreciate that. Pardon my French, says no, it's called the regneticity. Yes. Thank you, Hard Candy. Okay. And thank you, Heavy Metal Rehab. Okay, awesome. Yes. When will Carter talk? Yeah. When are they going to stop letting people be killed and burned in Indiana? Oh, yeah. And sure, please hit subscribe and like and all of that normal YouTube stuff. Please do it. Okay. Okay. Thanks. And also, please subscribe to the main channel. We got a main channel. This is the backup channel. I'm just doing a couple lives on this one, but we will be doing more on the backup. I mean, on the main channel. This is our backup. We'll be doing more on the main channel when the defense starts presenting. So I'm just trying to build this backup channel while the prosecution is presenting their case. Anyhow, I appreciate you all for being here. Thanks to Cromley for the super sticker. All right. Thank you very much. Please hit the like. Yeah. All right. And thanks to Tammy Martin for the super sticker. Thank you, Tammy. Awesome. Thank you so much. All right. And thank you, Jay Marsh. Thank you so much. All right. Thank you, Deborah. That's very nice of you. All right. And thank you, Starlight Selenite. Thank you very much for the super sticker. And thank you for your comments everywhere. You leave awesome comments throughout the channel. Appreciate that. Homan is an asshole. He's an asshole. Yeah, Homan was definitely abused as a child, and he was bullied as a teenager. The whole 9 yards. So that's what you get, is you get a Homan. Yep. All right, thank you guys. Thank you, Kayla. I love you, Kayla, one of my long timers. Kayla, come for the 2-pounder, stay for the truth. Prof in chat. That's right. That's right. Hold Todd Rokita responsible too and accountable, because Todd Rokita got the 2-pounder and he did nothing with it. So Todd Rokita, you're added to the list, my bud. All right. God bless you all. So let me say, let's say goodbye to everyone. I especially want to thank our supporters today. That's It's a New Day, David Rogers, Blessings Galore, Gianna, Francis, Brutally Honest, Indy Cindy, Amy, ACV, Gaslight You, Cromley, Tammy Martin, and Starlight. Those all gave super chats and memberships, and we appreciate that so much. And also everyone in the chat who was here, like Andre, long timer there, Torso, Kernoodles, Dick Redshirt, Woman Doing, Sweet Dude Shibby, Marty, Amy, Noe, Hard Candy, Nobody Nothing, Maria, Untamable, Gen C, Sunflower Soul, Don't BH, 8N, and Tammy Martin. Let's see who else was here. Housebroken, Swade Smith, all of you guys. Okay, I'm not going to call everyone's name. My voice is shot. We've been on a while, but everyone who was here, Judy Hathaway, you know, Heavy Metal Rehab, all of you awesomes, especially my regulars, all my regulars. Thank you so much. All the newcomers, please be aware. Like I said, we've got a main channel. Go subscribe to that one too. We love you all. We're here for Abby and Libby, and also for all of you, because we know that we need you to raise your voices, and we're all in this because we want the truth about what happened to Abby and Libby to come out to the surface, and that's it. Okay. That will be a great justice for the girls. And so that's what we're praying for. Anyhow, thank you all for being here. And the masquerade is over. Okay. And so is love. So anyway, cheers, guys, and good night. you.